Halo.
Wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, a distinguished professor, Professor Eti Murwaning Sari, Professor Titi Aryati, Prof. Juniati Gunawan, Professor Moni Wehelmina Muskanon, and Prof. Robert Farr. Esteemed judges, respected participants, and honorable guests, welcome to the review process for the semi-final pitching research competitions 2025, collaborations by Universitas Trisakti, Universitas Udayana, and Bonn University, Australia. Today marks another exciting step in our global academic journey under the Inspire Global Pitching Research Competitions framework, where innovative research ideas are communicated effectively, succinctly, and compellingly through the pitching research tool developed by Professor Robert Fall. It is our great honor to welcome all of you and to welcome our distinguished panel of reviewer for today's sessions. Thank you, Professor, for your time and commitment. So, without further ado, I would like to invite Professor Eti Murwaning Sari to give opening speech. Professor Eti, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ibu Nur Hastuti. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Distinguished participant and researcher, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good
Waalaikumsalam
afternoon.
warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
First of all, let us bestow our praise to God Almighty, Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. For God's blessing, we can be here this afternoon. I would like to welcome and express my gratitude to all distinguished speakers for coming to this event. Prof. Robert Pfaff from Bonn University as the initiator of pitching research, and Prof. Moni Wilmina, PhD, as reviewer. Also, my colleague from Trisakti University, Prof. Titi Aryati, Prof. Juniati Gunawan, Prof. Nur Hastuti Wardani, PhD, Insyaallah. Thank you for coming to this event and nice to meet you all. Distinguished guests, we all know research is an obligation for academic and a requirement for university to improve campus reputation. In order to escort the participant from Indonesia into the grand final January 2026 at Bonn University, we from doctoral program in economic accounting concentration organize presentation and review session, followed by 17 participants. Then the selection was carried out into 3 participants as a finalist. Hopefully, the participant from Indonesia could be the winner in the grand final event November 2024, following in the footsteps of Dr. Melinda, Dr. Dian Widiati, Dr. Erista. So, please do the best and keep the spirit on. Hence, without further ado, I officially open the pitching research presentation and review session. Thank you very much and good luck. Please, Ms. Nur Hastuti.
Thank you very much, Prof. Eti, for inspiring speech. Now we would like to hear a video recording from Prof. Robert. Due to several reasons, he cannot come. Uh, Bu Wiji, can I share screen, please?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Would you mind setting me as a co-host, Bu Wiji?
Yes. I'm sorry, Bu. You cannot hear the audio actually. Thank you.
Sorry, you cannot hear the audio, guys?
Yes,
Can.
ma'am.
Okay, wait. It's always problem with my laptop. Wait a minute. Okay, wait a minute. Um, Bu Wiji, can you help to share screen, please?
Sudah
Can you?
dikasih kohas, Bu?
Yeah. But I don't know. There is a technical problem from my laptop. Is it possible from your side?
Filenya, Bu.
Yeah, I send it through WhatsApp.
Hello, everyone. Here from the Corvinus University of Budapest.
Bu Wiji,
Great
please share
pleasure
screen.
to take
Okay.
a few moments of your time to
Yes. Yes. All good. All good. I think no voice again, right?
Yes, Bu. No.
Maybe starting from the beginning, Bu Wiji, starting from beginning.
competition.
Okay, great. Okay.
Hello, everyone. It's Robert Pfaff here from the Corvinus University of Budapest. It's a great pleasure to take a few moments of your time to welcome the Indonesian chapter of the Inspires Global Pitching Research Competition 2025. Apologies that I cannot be with you live online, but I thought it would be great for me to record a short welcome, a short encouragement video for those of you that are participating in this landmark competition, the Pitching Research Competition, which the IGPRC is now in its fourth year, and we're heading towards the end of the year and the culmination of this great competition. So welcome to the Indonesian chapter, and I just want to share with you a few insights, both relevant to your your efforts on the pitching competition in Indonesia, as well as the bigger picture efforts of the IGPRC. I would take this opportunity just to thank our platinum sponsors. There's significant prize money that goes towards this competition each year, and Elsevier is our primary sponsor. They're very generous in supporting us at the IGPRC, supporting the Inspires Network and supporting the Inspires Centre for Responsible Science. Also, I'd like to thank the financial support of the Asia Pacific Applied Economics Association. I mentioned Inspires several times already. Inspires, the International Society of Pitching Research for Responsible Science, invites you to become a member. It's very simple. It's an online registration process. Here is a screenshot of a dedicated web page for the Inspires network, and just the very simple act of registering as a member means that you're making a psychological commitment to the cause of research training globally, and the capacity building and the online leveraging of resources and other aspects, including signature events like the Inspires Global Pitching Research Competition. We have more than 1,150 members across 81 jurisdictions. We have a number of members in Indonesia, but there is no limit, there's no cap on Indonesian members. We need you to build the reach of the network, and you need us. I think it's a two-way street, it's a win-win. So please join, sign up. It takes 5 minutes to register. There's a Google Docs link that's shown on this slide, and I will share these slides with the authorities there, Noor and the others in the hosts for this Indonesian chapter, and you can click the link in the slides and sign up. We'll centre to not only the Inspires Global Pitching Research Competition, but indeed the entire Inspires activities. Central to this is the Pitching Research Framework tool that I developed over 10 years ago, and it's a centre stage for the Pitching Research Competition. Those of you that are vying for the Indonesian winner, you will know that in order to have your entry validated, you needed to create a pitch that covered these 11 items. And so when you listen to and experience and watch the Indonesian contestants, they should cover these 11 items, or at least the central elements of these items. So the working title, the research question, the key papers, the motivation. These are the four big picture anchors. Then we have the three essential building blocks: the idea, the data, the tools. Then we have the two key questions: what's new, so what, the one bottom line contribution, and then finally, item 11, any other relevant considerations. So as a package, this represents the pitching research framework, the essential pieces and dimensions of information that any researcher needs to be on top of, to be aware of, to master, and use as part of their communication strategy. It's communicating to themselves in the first instance. Might sound a little strange, but it's true. Communicating with your mentor, your supervisor, your peer researchers, and indeed pretty much any opportunity that you have to share your work. I think these 11 items, the pitching research framework, will serve you very well. Now, at the end of your process, you will have a national Indonesian winner, and the Indonesian winner will automatically enter the semi-final round, the Q1, with a great chance of making the grand final. And indeed, I believe we'll probably, depending on the quality of your entries, we might in fact have the top three enter that semi-final round, that semi-final pool. So that's something to strive for. That's something to be proud of if you are the Indonesian winner. But even if you don't win, and even if you don't make the top three, you will win because you put in effort. If you put in effort, this will help you understand your research better and give you a fantastic tool, a long-term, enduring tool for reaching high-quality research outcomes. Broadly, the competition can be represented as in this diagram. So imagine that C1, for example, is Indonesia. So the winner, and I think the depth of submissions we have in Indonesia, it'll be the winner and probably the top three to that end up as semi-finalists. And then from that semi-final pool, we will have a grand final, probably comprising the top six. So that grand final, the IGPRC 2025 grand final, will be held online, and it is very likely to be sometime in January 2026, depending on the availability of the grand finalists, the judging panel, etc. Just a note on the prize money, as I said, Elsevier is our primary sponsor, and we can see over 10,000 Australian dollars of prizes are available for the grand final. So the overall winner will receive the equivalent of 5,000 Australian dollars, second place the equivalent of 2,000 Australian dollars, and all other grand finalists will receive the equivalent of 1,000 Australian dollars. So that is a great reward. Of course, it's lovely to have a monetary reward, but the ability or the achievement of actually winning a competition like this is more than the monetary value. It's something that we should strive for. It's an example of something we should strive for when the opportunities are available to us. It signals, in this case, a seriousness and an ability and a competence and a quality in communicating your research. So that's an important element of the IGPRC. Central to the IGPRC is a written pitch, and you will have all the contestants in the Indonesian chapter, as indeed all entries, complete a 1,000 word pitch, or at least that's the goal. That you deliver on a pitch that comprises 1,000 words. The determination of the grand finalists is based on the written pitch plus an invited video pitch. Now, that's not anything you need to worry about today. For you, there was a written pitch, and now you're having a presentation form and an event for to determine the winner and the top three of the Indonesian chapter. In terms of the grand final event online, there will be oral pitches, so there'll be live oral pitches and presentations of about 10 minutes will take place, and the winner will be determined of the overall IGPRC. The grand final will be determined by the quality of the written and oral pitches. We'll have an international judging panel as we've had in previous years, and there'll be more details closer to the event. But right now you need to focus on how you can do the best you can in terms of the Indonesian chapter. But in terms of how we assess overall in the IGPRC, and I imagine for the Indonesian chapter you will have something similar. We have the 5 golden rules, and what we're looking for is clarity. We're looking for meaningfulness, effort, connectivity, and conversation. So do you portray a clear pitch? Is it meaningful? Is the content meaningful? And does it involve, for example, the appropriate technical content? this will then line up with that you put in effort, so if you put in a sufficient effort, that's what we're looking for. So that's a dimension of the assessment, the general assessment. Connectivity are the different elements of your pitch, not just good and clear and meaningful individually, but do they connect well? Is there a connectivity? Does it flow logically and cohesively? And do you start a conversation? Do we imagine that there would be a good conversation begun based on your written pitch? In addition, when we have an oral form of pitch, as you have for your Indonesian chapter and as we will have in the overall grand final, some additional considerations are that the presentation is faithful to the PRF format. So we want the presentation to actually reflect those elements as much as time will allow, those 11 elements of the PRF. That you have an on-time presentation. So whatever the number of minutes you've been told that you should deliver your oral pitch in, you should pretty much hit that time, give or take small tolerance, and that the quality of your PowerPoints, your PPTs, that they're professional, and clearly that will help the event and you communicating and pitching well to the audience. So with that, let me close my welcoming remarks. I wish you well for your Indonesian competition, your chapter. I'm sure we're going to have some very high quality outcomes there, and I'm looking forward to finding out the winner and the top three that we will then take through to the semi-final round. So all the very best from me. I hope that I will have the opportunity to see you in person sometime, but for now, let me hand over to you there, and hopefully we will see a great outcome for you. So all the best from me. Goodbye.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Robert, for invaluable informations. Now I would like to invite Bu Aristia, the last year winner. Please, Bu Aristia, the time is yours.
Hello, good day, everyone. Thank you, Ibu Nur, Prof. Eti, and Prof. Juni. It's good to see you again here. After such a long time, we didn't meet. Um, Hello, for all the participants today. Well, I'm Aristia. I was one of the grand finalists last year in the pitching competition. I'm a doctoral student from Universitas Indonesia. And well, as we prepare for the 2025 pitching competition, I'd like to remind all of us here that this moment is more just a challenge. It is an opportunity. An opportunity to learn, to grow, and to show the world that we are capable. And I'm sure that all of us here carry to share with them with the confidence. Don't fear or self-doubt stop you. Speak clearly, believe in your message, and trust your efforts. And winning is not just the goal. That's one of the things that I learned from my experience before. I'm trying to give my best and gaining experiences, and those are the victories too. No matter what the result, be proud of that you dare to take this step. And good luck, all of you, and let's make this a great experience. Thank you. Have a good day, everyone.
Thank you very much, Bu Aristia. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we will proceed to the review process for the semi-final team. So each team will have 7 minutes to present their pitch, followed by the feedback from the judges. And the category will be assessed based on clarity, originality, feasibility, and contributions. Now, I would like to invite the first presenter, Bu Meta Wijaja from PhD program Trisakti University. Bu Meta, the time is
Yes.
yours.
Okay, wait a minute. I will share the screen. Okay, is my screen coming up, Bu Nur?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, Prof. Eti, Prof. Jun, Prof. Titi, Bu Dr. Nur, and Bu Dr. Moni. So for today, I want to share about my teaching research topics. This coming from my personal experience that I'm a working mom. Now my children is already in the Gen Z phase that they want to facing the work challenge in this era. So that's why I'm curious, and then how my Gen Z child can survive in this challenge, because some of me as a professionals looking for the young generations in nowadays, they're very challenging in facing the new working environment, such as how they communicate, how they interact with us as a top management and all middle management, and then how they fear to talk, and sometimes they just uh, said that they're not loyal. Yeah, so that's why this topic is coming from my research. So maybe the next slide. Yeah, so challenges that I see from my working place, yeah, I can see is facing the communications issues with us, with the top management, and also the loyalty. They easy to move to others company, and then they not really patient in facing the challenge in the working places. They still like a manja that we set in the environment. They cannot be pushed. Talk hard, they will say that "Mm, it's not in, it's not proper for me to uh, talk like that to them and so on. So this is the challenge that we have facing in the working environment. The formal education is focusing on the technical, right? They're not focusing on the interpersonal skills, most of the formal educations. And then family-based learning is still underexplored because we focusing on how we put our children to go to the formal educations. Yeah. So from that, I think that the formal based on education is the fundamentals to soft skill before they entering the workforce or the working environment. And then the structured family is could be helping to enhance kinsey soft skill and working place adaptation. So based on that, my motivations and then the research questions would be how the can family based on formal educations shape the soft skill for the Gen Z. Okay, so the relevant theory that I see is about the social learning theory from Bandura. The theory said that the individuals acquire behavior through the observation and imitations, with the parents serving as the earliest models, role models. So the first observation and imitation is coming from us, the parents, as their earliest role models. And then the second theory is about the emotional intelligence from Goldman 1995 that emphasizes the emotional awareness, the empathy, the regulations are developed through the family interactions and the early emotional learning means from the child era. Yeah. And then from the third is about the working adjustment theory from Dawes. They posit that effective work behavior depends on adaptability that is coming from deeply rooted in early socializations. So the early socialization is coming from the family. Yeah. So from those theory illustrated that the family environment plays a formal role in cultivating their emotional, their competency, their behavior, and their readiness to the workplace. So from that theory, also defining the variables that we'll do in the piecing research is about the independent variable, is a family-based non-formal education as an independent variable. And then the mediating variable is about the soft skill, the teamwork, the resilience. And then dependent variable is about the workplace adaptations and effectiveness. There are some additional control variables like the social economic conditions and then background of the family education, or maybe the family background. So for the data, study setting will be in Indonesia and some Southeast Asia. It's around for 200 Gen Z graduates and also 100 managers. And for the method and tools, it's about the mixed method. We will see the two different. First is about the quantitative and also the qualitative, and then the tools is about the SPS and or Stata and FIFO. And then for the novelty, we want to highlight it is about the family-based educations, studies in the workplace content, and then how to integrate the physiology, social and managerial perspective, and also provide insight for the HR and parenting program. And then it's about the contribution to the social learning and AI theories. And then for the recommendations, it's about the parent structure routine improvement skills. So what is the parent should do or is curious to do with their children in the family, and then how the organization can reduce the managerial conflict with the Gen Z, and maybe the policymaker evidence for parenting and youth program. For example, maybe they can give some direction for the family to do some activity that can support the young generations to ready in the working environment. So the family is a non-formal education is a workplace, the key workplace for our Gen Z child to take into the workplace and workplace era. Yeah. And then Gen Z success begin at home means we as a parents is a main key driver for them to be success in the working environment. Yeah. And then the collaborations between the HR, maybe the some organizations and non-public organization to develop a framework about how that the Gen Z can be support to improve the soft skill. So the last but not least, the soft skill are not born at work, but they raised at home. I think that my presentations today. Thank you, Bu Nur and all participants.
Thank you, Bu Meta. Excellent. Less than 7 minutes. Now I would like to invite the judges, Prof. Juni and Bu Mona, ya.
Umoni.
Bu Moni, sorry ya.
Yeah.
Bu Moni ya.
Okay, Meta, thank you so much for your presentation. Very concise and very clear. I would like to have some of the questions. First one, this is a quantitative study. How can you see that it is a mixed study? What kind of tools that you will use for the qualitative when you say it will be the mixed study?
I will use the FGD sessions, Prof. So I will go deep with the certain cycle participants to clarify about the content in more deep.
Okay, enough. Sorry, I have to cut here because time is very limited. FGD, just for the clarification, is not directly to the mixed method unless you have a certain method, like you have a win-win solution method, you have a SWOT analysis method, you have content analysis method, or something method for the qualitative. If the FGD is just purposely just to clarify the quantitative, it is not mixed method.
Okay, it's still categorized as quantitative.
Yes,
Okay.
that's my suggestion. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
And then the measurement for each variable.
Mhm.
How can you measure for each variable?
First, I will give them the respondents a questionnaire. So I will make a questions how for the managers, yeah, for example, how this Gen Z doing at the environment. For example, is it easy them for adapt in the new environment? Is it
Okay.
easily and so on and so on.
Means that you will use questionnaire as a tool.
Yes.
Okay. Do you have any previous or reliable sources to develop your questionnaire?
I think first we need to interview the managers, yeah, about their concern, and then we will deep their understanding about what is the main categorized for
Okay.
them.
Means that you will conduct pilot study
Yeah.
to develop your questionnaire.
Yes.
Okay. Put there if you want to develop your own questionnaire. Means I can conclude that you will develop your own questionnaire without any source. Means it takes a lot of time for your pilot study, and it will need you to test many times whether your questionnaire will be valid and reliable.
Okay.
Okay, things about the feasibility of the study and times when you have to develop your own questionnaire with the pilot study. And then your participant, you said your participant is managers.
And also the Gen Z.
Okay, how you can differentiate between the managers and Gen Z? Is there going to be a similar participant, a similar questionnaire, or you want to develop two kind of different questionnaire?
Is two kinds because the managers will see the environment from their point of view of the Gen Z and the Gen
Okay.
Z point of view of the
Okay.
managers.
So means you have another analysis again to see whether they are similar perspective or different perspective. It has been a very big job, big research, Bumeta. That's why you have to focus on your quantitative because there are a lot of things that you have to develop, a lot of things you have to discuss rather than you can put some of the FGD just to clarify, it is fine, but don't use mixed method. Yeah. And
Okay.
targeted participants have to be very clear. Which manager? HR manager? Which Gen Z? When you say 200 Gen Z, it's really little if the scope is Indonesia and Southeast Asia. All right?
Okay.
Yeah, determine how the numbers of the participant is very critical for this research. And 200, I don't think it's going to be enough. Yeah, you have
Okay.
to really calculate the numbers and how you can reach the participant is very important, especially in Southeast Asia. And you have to put the criteria for this respondent. Otherwise, it's going too broad. Right. So despite on the title, which is good, the idea is very interesting, but you have to think about the doable of the research.
Okay.
Yeah. Developing the research is not the idealism or what you want, but you have to think about whether it is applicable or not within your time frame. How long do you want to conduct this research?
I think, like you said, it's not easy. Maybe at least 6 to 1 year. Yeah.
Hmm.
Maybe. Yeah.
Even
Uh,
1 year cannot be implemented. I don't think so.
oh,
I've been
okay.
working with this kind of research with my friend in Taiwan and takes about 3 years.
Oh,
Yes, to conduct this, and the participant is also from the Southeast Asia.
okay,
Yeah.
Prof.
So when this is a very good idea, why don't you use this title to be your thesis?
Okay, Prof. Let
Yeah,
me think about that.
yeah. Because this is interesting rather than your previous title for the thesis.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. That's for
Okay,
me.
Prof.
Yeah. Think about that.
Yeah.
Well done. Yes, Bu Moni, I offer to you.
Thank you, Prof. Juni. Hello, Meta.
Hi, Bu Moni.
Okay. I think I have the same questions like Prof. Juniati. But one thing that maybe I'm not repeating, but I just want to emphasize. The first one is about so what question actually I didn't get? Maybe because it's only 7 minutes through your
Yeah.
presentation, and I think it's too brief. If I get the document, maybe it's much easier for me. But this is like a preparation for you to do the competition into another level. So what I'm trying to say is within the 7 minutes, actually, we need to get the big picture. And I'm not seeing the so what reason from your presentation. I'm not saying from your document because I didn't have it, but I believe if I get your document, I can clearly understand. But during the 7 minutes presentation, I didn't get the so what, why you need to do this. Maybe because you didn't present the hook, like what is actually the big phenomena here using like the factual data that you need to provide to make us like realize, oh, this is very important. But indirectly, I did know this is very important. Very, like I do agree with Prof. Juni that actually your topic is very interesting and it's urgently need now.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really because I'm a mother as well, so I do understand the topic, but the way you present, maybe because it's too brief, I do understand. So just put the hooks to make it like to make us like, oh, this is really a big research that we need. We urgently need, especially in the context of Indonesia or Southeast Asia. It is very important. And then because maybe this so what reason I didn't get from your 7 minutes presentation. Actually, when you present in the introduction about the so what reasons, then clearly I can understand who is you are why you use those theories. Also, I didn't understand because maybe again 7 minutes, I do believe the justification why we need those 3 or 4 theories I saw in your presentation. And also, uh, in the methodology, why do we need to separate the participant or the informant, the participant for manager and agency? Why do we need that? So maybe you can maybe because it should be consistent from the beginning why this is very important and the connection between the gene set and the gene C and order managers, and that is why I do need to make the separation between the Gen Z group participants and also the manager participants. So I think your topic is very interesting, and I like Prof. Juniati, it's a big topic, and I think it will take for you some time, especially if you are using the mix method. Um,
Yes.
but I think mixed method is very important. I'm from qualitative background, so I just feel like qualitative is very important so that you know the context, especially in Indonesia or Southeast Asia context. So I think you need to use some qualitative methods as well. I think if you can have like kind of reflection using phenomenology to see the perspective from 1 or 2 participants, you don't need more because you just want to provide or support because you are using the quantitative first, then qualitative to support your quantitative result. So I
Yes.
don't think that you need like bunch people to do the interviews because you just want to provide the justification from your result in quantitative, but it
Yeah.
should be in depth. So in that way, like for me, you just provide 2 or 3 interviews, but really in-depth interview so that you can reflect that this is the finding and this is urgent and this is the data, I mean, my finding from my research. So if we go further into the implication, then you can provide practice like in a house, like in family. What should you do? And also
Yeah.
the implication for the policy. Yeah, that's
Yeah,
all. Thank you.
thank
Yeah.
you.
Since there's a time left, I agree with Moni. So rather than you focusing on the quantitative, why don't you think about the qualitative?
Mm,
It's going to be more useful and beneficial for the readers for the next research since this idea is new and interesting. Yeah, don't force the quantitative for all the participants here. Yeah, qualitative is very, very good. Yeah, it's
yeah.
very useful for the next research. Yeah, Moni and I, both of us are also now focusing on the qualitative study. All right, and there are a lot of exploration, a lot of idea that you can derive from the qualitative rather than the quantitative.
Mm,
Yeah,
okay.
okay.
Yes. Thank you, Prof. Jun.
Yeah,
Thank you, Bu Dr. Mani.
yeah. Back to Bu Nur. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Prof. Juni and Dr. Moni, for constructive feedback. Now, I would like to invite second presenter, Bapak Heru Sidik from PhD Program in Management, Trisakti University. Bapak Heru, the time is yours. It seems he's not here. Okay, I would like to invite the third presenter, um, Pak Yanwar dan Pak Yanwar and Bu Fani from Master of Accounting, University of Trisakti. The time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Bunur. I would like to share the presentation first. Okay, is he clear, the presentation, Bunur?
Very clear, Pak Yanwar.
Okay, wait. Okay, good afternoon, respected judges and fellow participants. My name is Januar Budi Nugroho, and together with my co-author, Ivani Tarigan, I am pleased to present our research title, Does ESG performance mitigate or facilitate tax avoidance evidence from Indonesian listed firms? This research was conducted as part of our participation in 2025 pitching competitions. And their research question and motivation. Our study starts with question: How do ESG dimensions influence corporate tax avoidance, and does corporate governance moderate these relationships? The motivation behind this study comes from several factors. First, the growing global importance of ESG as a measure of corporate responsibility and long-term sustainability. Second, tax transparency has become an essential part of ESG debates. Responsible tax behavior is now viewed as part of company ethical and sustainable conduct. The third, existing literature show mixed findings. Some studies find ESG reduce tax avoidance, others suggest the opposite. In Indonesia, the Financial Service Authority, or OJK, has introduced regulation that encourage ESG disclosure, making this topic both timely and contextually significant. For hypotheses and variables, to test the question, we developed two main hypotheses. Hypothesis one is ESG performance is negatively associated with tax avoidance. And for hypothesis two, the relationship between ESG and tax avoidance depends on the quality of corporate governance. And in our model, the dependent variable is tax avoidance. Dependent variables include the ESG aggregate score and its three subcomponents: environmental, social, and governance. Counter variable include firm size, leverage, return on assets, operating cash flow, growth, investment, and loss, with year dummies to control for-time effects. And then for data and methodology, our sample consists of manufacturing firms listed on the Indonesia Stock Exchange from 2017 to 2023. We use ESG data from Bloomberg and financial data from IDX. We exclude firms with incomplete data or capital impairment to maintain data quality. And then the analysis uses panel data regressions, employing three main estimation models, pool OLS, random effects, fixed effects, and we also tested robustness using an alternative measure of tax avoidance, the cash effective tax rate. For the next part of the presentation, I would like to invite my partner, Evani.
Okay, thank you, Mr. General. I will continue the presentation. Our findings reveal three key insights. First, ESG performance influence tax avoidance, but this effect depends on the firm's governance quality. The second, ESG and tax avoidance can sometimes be complementary rather than conflicting, meaning that responsible tax management can coexist with strong ESG performance. The third is corporate governance plays a significant moderating role. Firms with strong governance structures tend to have a more ethical alignment between ESG and tax behavior. We also confirm the robustness of this result using alternative tax avoidance measures. And then for theoretical and practical implication, from a theoretical perspective, our research extends the agency theory framework by linking ESG practice with managerial decision-making in tax behavior. It also identifies firm-specific unobserved factors that influence both ESG and tax policies. From a practical standpoint, for managers, the result emphasized the need to align ESG initiative with responsible tax strategy. For investor, it provides insight that firms with strong ESG performance are not necessarily overpaying taxes, but maybe managing them more responsibly. For policymakers, it offers evidence to design tax regulation that reward genuine ESG practice, not superficial compliance. Okay, and then our main contribution are threefold. First, we clarify the link between ESG, performance, and tax avoidance, moderate by governance quality. The second, we decompose ESG into its three dimensions: environmental, social, and governance, to understand which aspect matters most. And the last, we contribute empirical evidence from a developing market, Indonesia, which remains underrepresented in ESG tax research. For future research, we recommend extending the analysis to other sectors and countries and exploring the dynamic interaction between ESG policy and tax behavior over longer periods. And then to conclude, our finding highlight that the ESG performance alone is not enough. It is the combination of strong corporate governance and responsible tax management that creates true corporate sustainability. Thank you very much for your attention. We look forward to your question and constructive feedback.
Well done, Bu Fani and Pak Yanwar. Now I would like to invite Dr. Moni to give feedback. The time is yours, Dr. Moni.
Thank you, Ifani, and also Januar. So this is like purely like quantitative research, and it has been done. So what I'm trying to say is, again, like Meta before, maybe because this is 7 minutes, so I'm not clearly see the link. But I believe if I read your full report, I will be understand. It will be understanding. I mean, what I'm trying to say is, um, sometimes, but this is like only a correction. Sometimes when we are doing the quantitative research, it's something like, um, how do I put into the right words? It's like sometimes like it's very quantitative, and actually the text or the storytelling is not that alive. You know what I mean? So what I'm trying to say is, whenever you are trying from the beginning, from the introduction to the literary review, and also the methodology, the result and finding, and also the implication, we need to make into a line of storytelling. So basically, I didn't get from your presentation. It's like, it is there. I know, but I don't know. The story is not that alive. Maybe because I'm too qualitative person. I don't know why. But so for me, it's like you need to justify why ESG. Okay, from the OJK regulation, I saw that January presented that, but make it more, how do I say, make it more like compelling why OJK regulation is very important. Why you need to make like the justification why you you decided to use ASG and the corporate governance as the mediator to test the relationship between the ASG and the corporate tax avoidance. And I don't know, I didn't see clearly in this presentation. I'm not saying that from your report, because so from your presentation, I didn't see the gap, maybe because you are January only putting the list, so I didn't see. But it's okay. You only putting the list, but maybe when you present, you just try to highlight that this is the urgency. Why we need the research? Why we need the research? So then you bring into the literary review for the theories, and also the conceptual framework that you have designed, and why you use those uh, variables like X, and the themes under the variables. Why you, because there are many variables, but why you use that one? Why? And so I didn't see, I believe that your full documentation of report, it much, I believe that it should be clear, but I didn't get from your presentation. So try to make the presentation is more alive, linking from the introduction, why the urgency of your research, and to do that, why you use those variable and the theme underneath each variable. Why? Because there are many, but why you only pick up those variables, and then the themes under the indicator from the variables, and also why you use the theories, and then the conceptual framework you use. And I I saw that actually in the last part you are bringing more alive. So you bring the justification more alive in the last part for the finding and also the implication. But for me, it's much better in the last part. So try to bring the last part, because in the last part it's clearly. So it took me like 3 4 minutes from the beginning to understand what is actually your reason was about. But I did understand in the last part, because you bring the context is more alive in the last part. So try to bring from the beginning. So actually we need to see the urgency, like the hook, the importance of this research. Thank you.
Thank you,
Okay.
Dr. Moni.
Yes.
Prof. Juni,
Yep.
please, the time
Yeah.
is yours.
Okay. Januar and Bu Yani. Yeah. This is a good research. However, as Moni said, the importance and how your research is going to be interesting, it should be in the first to attract the readers. Okay. Since this is also a quantitative study, why it is important. Like you said, ESG dimension, but ESG is good. However, governance need to be stronger. ESG is part and consists of governance. You cannot say ESG, but then governance should be stronger, right? So the understanding of ESG must be very strong. Okay, first thing. Number two, what is the difference between preview study and your study? ESG has been studied everywhere. When you look at the dimension, you just look at E, S, and G, and then text, aggregate, and also everywhere. In terms of measurement, in terms of dimension, there is nothing new. Okay, this is a critical things that I would like to convey. So you have to think something new idea, because in the pitching research, what we are looking at the idea of new research, interesting research, and to solve the problem. So what kind of problem that you have undertaken this study, because your study has finished, right? What is your contribution of your study for the problem? Can you get my points? And you can answer. This is a discussion, yeah? This is not an exam. So what kind of the main problem that you would like to to help solving this problem? Is there any problem with the governance or with the ES or with the tax?
Okay, Prof. Jun
Yeah,
and Mr. Moni, thank you for the feedback. Actually, there are several research about ESG and tax avoidance, but uh, when we uh, when we check from the previous literature,
yeah.
it is very
Limited.
limited about
Yeah.
research in Indonesia, only on Indonesia. Uh,
Mm.
as we tax officer, we need to clarify about
Okay.
ESG to
Okay.
contribute about tax avoidance. Actually, relate to the tax ratio, maybe
Okay.
in
Again.
detail, but
Okay. Got the point. Bu
yes.
Fani, sorry. Yeah, I have to cut. Sorry. Yeah, I get the point. But again, when you look at a lot of research, there are a lot of ESG and tax. Okay, a lot in Indonesia as well. There are a lot again. Yeah, not limited. I would suggest or I would expect that you have a new measurement for the ESG aggregate. But back again to your title, ESG and then governance. Is that it is an overlapping variable that you conducted your study? Or ESG, you just look at the secondary data, right? On the Bloomberg. Yeah. So you didn't calculate your G, right? But in Bloomberg, there is a measurement for G because it is ESG. But you have another variable again, which is governance. Isn't it overlapping? The concept of the research. Okay. Even though there is different measurement because you don't know what kind of Bloomberg they are uh, putting the number, but the context is the same. When the context is the same, you cannot say that ESG is need to be strengthened in G. You cannot say that because ESG has been G inside. Get my point? Okay, you can run the slide. It just not stop here. When I say something, please run the slide. Yeah, so you understand that. Yeah, the input that we said. Yeah. See, ESG performance influence tax avoidance depending on governance. When governance has been included in the ESG. What do you think, Pak Janwar and Bu Yani? Too funny, sorry.
Could I add some more because
Sure, just
uh,
add Bu Moni
uh,
and I, you can just go
yeah,
together
yeah,
with
yeah,
me.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't see the full document again, but I can see Fanny and Januar the way of thinking, maybe. But correct me if I'm wrong, Bu Fanny and also Pak Januar. I believe that, yeah, I do agree with Prof. Juni that actually governance is included in ASG. So why you use the corporate government as the intermediator, because it's already included. But the thing is, um, they say that it's governance quality. So to some extent, I believe that the governance quality is like something that they have the sub indicator below underneath that is not measured in the ASG, the governance indicator. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, Moni.
Because
Yeah.
yes, because I didn't see. So maybe according to my view, this is like ASG. And yes, I do agree with Prof. Juni that there is a governance indicators there. But there is something that actually can affect the governance quality that is not included in the ASG. I don't know.
Yeah.
But maybe Fanny and Januar
Yeah, definitely. I agree also with Moni. That's why I
Mm.
said that might be different measurement.
Yeah.
But then you have to look at the ESG performance that
Mm.
you took from the Bloomberg, because some of
Mm.
the terminology might be the same.
Yeah, yeah,
Some of the indicators, some of the variables said governance quality, governance
yes.
what is called
Yeah.
disclosure or governance,
Yeah.
whatever. So you have to have a look into what actually the ESG measurement
Ah.
here.
But
Yeah,
if what I was saying
this
is
one.
right, then actually Fanny and January you create significant
Yeah.
implication because you can contribute that, hey, SG, you didn't put this indicator into for governance quality. Because actually from my research finding, I found this governance quality for this indicator actually is important. So you
Yeah.
actually provide the policy implication
Yes.
or the indicator of measurement for SG.
Yeah.
I don't know, from my
Agree.
point of view, something like
Yes.
that.
Very agree. That's why when you look at the governance here, look at the institutional theory or something, it's much powerful rather than this kind of what you have studied. Okay, continue your study, go to the doctoral degree then. Okay, well done.
Thank you, Prof. and Moni.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Juni and Dr. Moni, for the constructive feedback. Now we have to proceed with the third presenter. Thank you, Pak Yanwar. Thank you, Bu Fani. Yeah, well done. We are so proud with your progress. I would like to invite Bu Florina from Master of Accounting to present your pitch. The time is yours. Bu Florin, please, the time is yours.
Wait, Bu. Lagi ambil
Okay.
share. Where is the Canva? This is kok di announce sih? Desktop one. Share. Oh. Hmm. Got it? Have you seen this my
Not
screen?
yet. Not yet, Bu Florin.
Where is my screen? Share. Oh, nggak bisa ya? Oh, oke.
Do you need my help, Bu Florin?
No, wait, Bu. Soalnya
Okay, all good. I think you can share screen now.
tunggu ya. Got it?
Yes, yes,
Now. Okay.
yes.
Thank you. Okay, my okay. Good afternoon, judges, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Florina, and I thank you for the opportunity to present my research today. This research is the title is the influence of ESG practices on performance with top management diversity as a moderating variable. The topic Wow, the topic it's a matter because we know already, right, the climate change and then also the sustainability also is hype to be discussed. It's because not only how to live the life, I mean in the challenges, but how also how business operate and compete in this situation. Um, Climate change has become a global issue that affect both business and society. The emergence of the environmental, social, and governance principles serve as a response to the growing pressure to conduct business in a sustainable manner. The research gap is most previous studies on ESG practices have been conducted in developed countries where ESG frameworks are already advanced and standardized. However, developing countries like Indonesia are still catching up. The financial service like OJK introduction regulation of number 51 in 2017 to encourage sustainable finance and annual ESG reporting. The implementation has not been consistent across all companies. Because of this gap, I use the market capitalization as performance measure and also management diversity as moderating variable, looking at gender, age, and educational background. This study focused on only in the energy sector, and then listed on Indonesia Stock Exchange between 2017 until 2024. Because the energy industry also faces high environmental and governance challenges. The tools I use, the research is I use quantitative data, and then data is collected from secondary sources, annual reports and sustainability reports. I don't not using survey or interview. I use the AViews for the software. The data collected from annual and accessibility report is construct an ESG practices. I don't get the ESG data from like Bloomberg or ESG score, but the data for ESG I get from the sustainability report. So there is like four levels index. I use it, and then the focus company in the listed Indonesian exchange in the energy sector. And what's the new? The new is the novelty of this research is center on examining top management diversity as a moderating variable between ESG practices and company performance. While many studies have already linked ESG with firm performance, very few have explored how leadership diversity like gender, age, and education can influence the relationship, especially in the energy sector. In my framework, my top management diversity plays an active role. It can influence how ESG practices impact from performance. ESG and performance are known variables, but in my research, they explore in a new situation and with an additional moderating factor, making the research fresh and original. And then the outcome is for company, the research can inform companies how ESG practice can improve company performance and reputation in building a sustainable business strategy. It can also help minimize the risk of legal penalties and sanction from irresponsible business practices. For stakeholders, the research can enable stakeholders to make better and smarter decisions to support sustainability and reduce company risk. For the country, effective ESG practices in companies can contribute to sustainable and inclusive economic growth, and the country can form policies from companies in the private sector to support the overall economy. For investor, it can provide sufficient input and information to investor regarding ESG practices and top management diversity, and investing in companies that implement ESG practice can generate more stable and sustainable returns. That's all my presentation. Thank you.
Okay, well done, Bu Florin. Now I would like to invite Prof. Juni to give constructive feedback.
Okay, Bu Florin. Yeah, good presentation. Right. Four levels of method. What kind of four levels that you think of? It is
For
content
levels is
analysis, putting the scoring.
yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so the method names is content analysis.
Oh, content
Okay, not
analysis.
four
Okay.
level. Yeah, that's
Okay,
one
Bu.
thing.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And then novelty. Novelty is something that you put by yourself, not just
Oh,
playing around with the variable.
okay, okay.
Okay, like previous research, you have independent variable, but then I put it as a dependent. No, I put it as a moderating. I put it in as somewhere else. I took another studies from other people. I took another, and I put it in one thing. It is not novelty.
Okay,
It is
okay.
motivation.
Yeah, it's
Okay,
motivation. Thank you, Bu.
that is one of the weaknesses of the quantitative study. The quantitative study is very seldom giving novelty.
Mm,
Yeah. I didn't say it cannot. Seldom means because you just think about playing around with your position of the variable.
mm,
Okay, you just change the sample, but you didn't put any new measurement. Novelty is putting something new measurement, like for example, the ESG. You didn't use ESG, but you use another ESG, FF, or whatever. Yeah, that's a new things because you have a new measurement. Okay, very different with the qualitative study. Qualitative study originally is a novelty because the idea is always new.
mm,
Why? Because there is no quantitative. That's why the exploration, the new idea comes from the qualitative study. From the qualitative study, the next research can take some of the point to be a quantitative, not the other way around. Okay? Yeah.
okay.
When you want to give some of the new things like novelty in your quantitative, you have to change and you have to modify the measurement of the variable, one or two variable. So in this case, can I see again? Please, when we give some feedback, don't remove your screen. Okay,
Okay.
you can
Okay,
play
Bu.
around with the screen and help us to understand more. This is a pitching, and both Moni and I didn't see the whole research. So we just see your presentation, the idea. Okay? Yeah. So every time we say something, you can just play around with your slide, yeah, and show us your slide. So you understand definitely what kind of things that we can change. Yeah, Bu. Back again, Bu Florin.
Okay,
Now,
wait.
yeah. And then top management. What kind of measurement for the top management that you will use?
Using the
Hmm.
top management diversity, I use the from
Gender
age,
diversity.
yeah, gender diversity,
Gender,
gender.
age, and all the things. See,
Yes.
this also has been widely studied everywhere, right? So I would like to challenge you again. What's new of this study, Bu Florin?
This study is because I'm using the top management diversity.
It has been studied in everywhere,
Yeah,
like
but yeah,
gender, like age, whatever.
yeah, but it is only like in the energy sector.
No, a lot in every sector.
Okay,
Yeah,
so this is not not new study.
yeah. Again, yeah. You
Yeah.
have a motivation to re-undertaking study, maybe different sample, different sector, right? So it is a
Yes.
motivation. So for the whole of the participant today, please take a note when you change your position of the variable, change sample, it is motivation, right? Unless you develop your measurement by your own because of your new idea, your genuine idea, your original idea. Other than that, it is a motivation, right? In the pitching research, we would like to see a new idea of the research, the originality of the research. What is new? Yeah. So looking at the winners from the previous pitching research, they are always giving a very sophisticated and interesting title for the new idea that will help to solve the current problems of the world, not only Indonesian, but for the world. What is the most problem of the world now? For example, data security, climate, yeah, ESG, yeah, or diversity. It's good. But when you turn it to be a qualitative study, it's going to be more useful. Okay? Yeah. Yeah, Pak Yanuar is always nodding the head, which is I'm very happy to see you, Pak Yanuar. Yeah, Bu Sani and also Bu Florin. Every feedback that we have given to you, it's for all the participants. All right? Because we would like to encourage you to develop new idea of research, new idea of study. Not only recycle to what has been done before. Okay? Right. Over to you, Bu Moni. Thanks.
Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you, Prof. Juni. So, sorry, before I give some recommendation, I just want to clarify, is this PhD or master research?
Master research.
Oh yeah, so yeah, master. So that means like only 1.5 year, something like that. Yeah, but I do agree with Prof. Juni that actually we cannot just we know that you are facing with time constraints, which is you only conducting the research around like roughly 1 year. And I think to explore something bigger is not easy. But I do agree with Prof. Juni that you need to bring something new. Don't just recycle the variable. Um, maybe you can just recycle, but you didn't deliberately do that. So in that context, you need to bring strong justification, like why the ASG practice, um, according to your hypothesis, is like through the company diversity as the mediator variables will have influence on company performance, especially in Indonesia, which according to you, uh, all the previous prior research only talking in developed countries, not in developing countries. But why? So that's again, so what justification is really important because like Prof. Juni said, that we are going to solve problem here that is really like we urgently need your research, whether it's for practice or policy implication. That is the key point. So please, again, my suggestion, bring your presentation more alive, like, because, research is very important. Research is very important. And I believe that you have your personal belief that your research is important, but I do agree with Prof. Junior. We didn't see in your presentation we maybe it's a bit blunt, I'm sorry, but I believe that you know why you are going to bring this research into your table within 1 year. You need to consider your time constraint, but you are going to bring something new that is to solve the issue that we urgently need. So maybe you need to use like you're going to bring like from your finding because the research is not yet conducted, right? So the thing is you're going to bring your finding to strengthen the ESG practice in energy sector, which according to your factual data, your background data is less implemented in energy sector in Indonesia. You need to bring the urgency here, so we know that your research is very important. Yeah, something like that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ibu.
Thank you very much, Dr. Moni. Thank you so much, Prof. Juni. Thank you so much, Bu Florin. Well done.
Thank you,
Uh,
Ibu.
very good, Bu Florin. Now, I would like to invite a four presenter, Bapak Dwi Cahyadi and Faridwan Imadi. The time is yours.
Thank you, Ms. Nur. Let me share my screen. Is it visible on screen?
Yes, very clear.
Okay, thank you. Okay, good afternoon, honorable judges, respected participants and audiences. My name is Ridwan Imadi and my partner Dwi Abri Cahyadi. Both of us are from Master of Accounting program in Trisakti University. Today we are pleased and honored to present our research pitch. And without further ado, let us take through our presentation. First working title, our title take transfer pricing, financial distress, and thin capitalization. Do they drive the avoidance and the monitoring role of profitability in Indonesia financial sector? And we have two basic research questions. First, I'm sorry. Sorry for the interruption. Okay, to what extent do transfer pricing, financial distress, and thin capitalization practices influence the level of tax avoidance among financial sector firms in Indonesia? And then the second research question is, does a firm's profitability strengthen, weaken, or neutralize the relationship between these practices and tax avoidance? For our research, we have three key papers. First, from Amedu, MCOVI, Aqua 2019, which title is Transfer Pricing, Earnings Management, and Tax Avoidance of Firms in Ghana, Journal of Financial Crime. The second papers, Putri, Yunus, Zakaria, Zivi, Sastodi Harjo, and Dewi, 2024, Tax Avoidance with Makosid, Sharia, and Practical Insight on Derivative, Debt Shifting, Transfer Pricing, and Financial Distress, Journal of Risk and Financial Management. And the last key papers is Nugroho, Sasanka, and Rescue, 2024, the effect of profitability moderation on the relationship between multinationality and transfer pricing toward tax avoidance, Journal of Accounting and Business. And what's our motivation to this research? So tax avoidance has become a persistent issue in global taxation and corporate governance. Firms often adopt aggressive strategies such as transfer pricing, thin capitalization, and debt shifting to minimize tax liabilities. Although these practices may be legally permitted, they have significant implications for tax fairness, revenue collection, and economy integrity. In Indonesia, this issue is particularly relevant due to the government's commitment to the OECD-based Erosion and Profit Shifting, or BPS, initiative, and the implementation of the tax harmonization law. The financial sector, being one of the largest contributors to national income, is also highly susceptible to the tax avoidance practices because of its complex financial structures and cross-border transactions. Prior research, however, has produced mixed results. For example, Amedu, Coffee, and Aqua 2019 reported a positive association between transfer pricing and tax avoidance, while Arif Binugroho 2024 found no significant relationship. Meanwhile, Vidiana Rizal Putri 2024 suggested that profitability might influence how these factors operate, yet this moderating effect has not been adequately examined. This research intends to resolve prior inconsistencies by examining the moderating effect of profitability on the nexus between transfer pricing, financial distress, thin capitalization, and tax avoidance, while also assessing whether variation in variable selection and sampling design lead to differing research outcomes. And what is the idea? The central idea is that corporate tax avoidance is not solely a function of aggressive tax planning, but also depends on the firm's financial condition and profitability. The idea is we have four hypotheses. Hypothesis one, transfer pricing positively affects tax avoidance. Hypothesis two, financial distress positively affects tax avoidance. Hypothesis three, thin capitalization positively affects tax avoidance. And hypothesis four to hypothesis six, profitability moderates the relationship between each of the above factors and tax avoidance. And what about the data? This research uses quantitative methods and secondary data from companies in the financial sector listed on the Indonesia Stock Exchange, or IDX, during 2021 to 2024. And we use a purposive sampling techniques was applied with these following criteria. First, companies must remain listed for at least 4 consecutive years. Second, companies must have complete financial statement. And the third, companies must report positive net income during this period. Based on this criteria, we have 69 companies were selected as a final sample. And in the study, the regression model developed is as follows. Y equals alpha plus beta 1 x1 plus beta 2 x2 plus beta 3 x3 plus beta 4 x1 x squared z plus beta 5 x2 x squared z plus beta 6 x3 x squared z plus epsilon. And the description is Y equals tax avoidance, alpha is constant, beta 1 to beta 6 is regression coefficient, x1 equals transfer pricing, x2 financial distress, x3 equals thin capitalization, z equals profitability, and epsilon equals error. And the definition of variable as follows: tax avoidance as a dependent variable measured by effective tax rate. And it's the formula is tax expense divided by earning before tax. Second, transfer pricing as a dependent variable measured by transfer pricing score index, TPSI. Each criterion is scored 1 if met and 0 otherwise. Total score ranges from 0 to 5. We took it from Amidu research. And the third, financial distress independent variable, we measured with Altman Z-score. We think with more precise result. And the fourth, in capitalization as an independent variable is measured by maximum debt or MED ratio. And the last, profitability as moderating variable is measured by return on asset equals net income divided by total asset. And for the next part, I would like to invite my partner, Mr. Dwi. Time is yours.
Okay, what's new of the research? There are four. First, inclusion of new variable. We add integrating thin capitalization and profitability as moderating variables. And two, second, sectoral expansion. We expand to sample include the Indonesian finance sector. And then refine mission approach with different proxy for transfer as more structural measurement. And four, enhance a perspective to address inconsistent finding. So the study over policy implication for government tax authority, of course. And kemudian what contribution? There are three: theoretical contribution, empirical contribution, and practical policy contribution. And last, other consideration, there are considered sample scope focus on fragile financial firm, limit generativity, measurement ITR means long-term tax effect, and ingenuity will be addressed with lag and fixed effect. Okay, thank you for kind attention. We welcome any constructive feedback.
Okay, very good, Pak Ridwan and Pak Cahyadi. Now I would like to invite Dr. Moni to give constructive feedback. The time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Nur Hastuti and Pak Ridwan and Pak Dwi. I think your presentation is clear and it's easy to follow. And yeah, I can see clearly the flow of your research. So, but maybe in the beginning, I can get the ideas, but maybe in the beginning you make the hook to just why tax avoidance is very important. You did mention that this is like persistent issue, but if what is the result if we are not managing this well? So you need to mention the urgency. And like you say that although this practice may be legally permitted, they have significant inflation and fairness revenue, but into macro level, what if we keep doing this and we give like the corporation to keep practicing this, what will be the result for Indonesia? So you need to mention to make your strong argument that your research is very urgent. And also you see you stated that there is a novelty here where you integrate twin capitalization, and why you need to also mention, because this is your novelty, so you need to at least you compare with other, and especially in Indonesia context. I can see, but you need to enlighten us why, especially in Indonesia context, why this is very important, so that you can bring consistently into your implication, especially in Indonesia context or other country that has the same context like in Indonesia. So something like that from me.
Thank you.
Okay. Yes. Pak Cahyadi and Pak Ridwan, thank you for making the efforts for the presentation. One thing is that you need to present, not to read. Okay. So as Prof. Robert said, the pitching research combined within a new idea and how you can encourage people to agree with you that your research is interesting. With your presentation, the way you present, of course, not reading, and also the slide that you present, not putting a lot of sentence, but putting the point. That's why it's called PowerPoint, not power sentence. When you put a lot of sentence inside, then you try to read, okay? Not try to present, which is we didn't see any interesting way of the presentation. That's a bad result of putting a lot of sentences in your slides. Okay, that's one thing. Number two, the way of you write references is very important. Okay, for all of the participants, I would encourage you to be really, really careful the way of your writing, because writing is a major revision. Yeah, even though it's just a simple things, we cannot just neglect it that, right? The way of your references. Can I see that?
Okay.
A lot of references you putting there. Nah, stop there, right? There should not be any abbreviation. Nggak boleh ada singkatan, Pak. Ya, it should be only the family name and then the, the years. All right, these two things is very obvious to me. And then the sample, 69 sample. How many of the data observation that? When you said 69 samples, and how many of the data observation? Have you looked at the data observation? Have you collected or you haven't collected yet? How Pak Ridwan and Pak Cahyadi? Can you answer me?
Hey, Pak Dwi can explain
Yeah.
the source data.
Okay, thank you for Prof. Juni. Sample criteria. We have 105 banking company listed on this
Okay.
IDX.
Okay,
Okay.
105. How many
Yes.
years?
Oh, 4 years.
For 4 years.
Yes.
I don't think it's going to be 105, but if it is 4 years, because one of the sample for each year for the banking is about 30 something. Let's say 30. So I don't think it's going to be 69 samples. It should be a 30 something for the banks for each year and then calculate it and multiply by 4. It should be 400. It should, oh, sorry, it should be 120, 150. Okay, please check again. Yeah.
Okay.
And now what kind of bank? It is a commercial bank. It is a bank with a big asset, or any bankers are listed.
We want to use a financial institution like not only bank conventional but Syariah, and then a financial institution also.
Means any banks. All of the banks.
All of the banks and
All the
financial
banks that are
institution.
listed.
Yes,
Okay.
syariah and conventional.
Yeah. And also depends on the asset. No, you take all the asset of the bank. Because bank has been divided by asset category, Pak.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah. If you took all the asset of the all category, means in your discussion you have to be really really careful, because every different asset of the bank providing different business performances.
Okay.
Means
Okay.
that talking about the transfer pricing, talking about the financial distress, they are very different among the banks. We have 4 of the banks as based on the asset, Pak. KBME 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so you have to
Okay.
discuss that very thoroughly and very clear. This is for all of the participants. Please very detail for the samples, because it will lead you for the very useful discussion later on. If you just generating everything, we didn't get anything. Even though in terms of the generalization, it might be good, means that your hypothesis can be accepted. Your hypothesis can be accepted. Okay, fine. In terms of the quantitative, you can think that, okay, this is good because every hypothesis has been expected. But for me, it is not. Okay, so when the hypothesis accepted, so what? Think about the contribution of the research. While your samples is very diverse, how can we say there is something? Yeah, how can we trust if your sample is very diverse? Yeah, so actually for my side, you can accept it, you cannot accept it, it is fine, but think about the rationale of the research. When your sample is very diverse, how can you say something? How can we trust? Because it cannot be applied to one particular sample. As I said, the bank have only 4 categories of the sample. Yeah, if you want to be very, very detailed again, there is a commercial bank, there is micro banking, right? Yeah, the corporate banking. So they another different things again. So when you talk about the transfer pricing, this is some bank which is have the transfer pricing strongly influence their business, but some of the bank may not. Okay, also the capitalization here. When there are 4 of the bank capitalization, you have to discuss very, very detailed. Okay, that's my big concern, Pak, when our as a researcher doing some studies, not only think about the generalization, but we would like to encourage everyone to provide useful research to solve the problem. Not only finishing the research, yeah, not only positive influence, yes, accepted, no, it's not accepted. There is nothing. But what is the current problem here? Is there any problem of the capitalization? Is there any adverse information for the investor that they have to think of? Why financial distress is very important right now? Because it's very fluctuated situation, very uncertain situation. So that's the thing that you really have to narrow and focus the discussion. Yeah. Okay. Right.
Okay, thank you
Well
so
done,
much,
Pak
Prof.
Ridwan
Juni.
and Pak
Thank you, Prof.
Cahyadi.
Thank
Yeah.
you,
Uh,
Prof.
Thank you so much, Pak Ridwan and Pak Cahyadi. Now we have to invite the fifth presenter, Pak Hakim Ahmad and Pak Ikram Fionda. Please, the time is yours. Are you here? Pak Hakim, Pak
Yes,
Fabio,
I
are
can.
you here? Okay, okay.
Please wait a second. Okay. Okay. Good afternoon, our judges, respected lectors, and fellow participants. My name is Abdul Hakim. I'm here with my partner, Mr. Ikram Fionda. It is a honor for us to be here today to present our pitching research about the impact of big data analytics, utilization, and tax facility policy on micro, small, medium enterprise taxpayer compliance with the moderation of tax knowledge. Okay, next. Our research explores how big data analytics and tax facility policies interact to improve tax compliance among micro, small, and medium enterprise in Indonesia. Despite ongoing reform such as national and tax identification integration, compliance remains a persistent issue. Prior studies of Fatur Rahman et al. 2025, Buana and Ardiansah 2025. So the database system can detect evasion and improve efficiency, yet the behavioral aspect of taxpayer, such as tax knowledge, are often overlooked. This study bridges the gap between technological and behavioral dimension of compliance. Next, research question and key papers. Do data-driven tax systems and fiscal incentive effectively enhance tax compliance among micro, small, and medium enterprise? First, Fatur Rahman, Murtanto, and Nugroho. The impact of big data analytic utilization on NIC and PWP integration on tax compliance level, Jurnal Akuntansi Trisakti. The second, Buana Ardiansah, evaluation of tax incentive policies to promote research and innovation in Indonesia, Saintex, Jurnal Kajian Ilmiah Perpajakan Indonesia. And the last, Kuswah Natani, FIC, impact of tax knowledge, tax penalties, and e-filing on tax compliance in India, Indian Journal of Finance. The next slide, please, Mr. Ikram.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hakim. The motivation of our research is our motivation arises from the mismatch between digital policy advancement and on-ground compliance behavior. The government has invested heavily in data integration and digital services, yet voluntary compliance among MSMEs remains low. We propose that while BDA enhances monitoring, the effectiveness of the tax facilities depends on how well taxpayers understand and trust the system. Hence, tax knowledge becomes a crucial moderating factor shaping compliance behavior. So this is the core idea. PDA improves monitoring accuracy and enhance the effectiveness of tax facilities, but only when taxpayer possess sufficient knowledge. This is the model. The dependent variable is taxpayer compliance. The independent variable is big data analytics utilization and tax facility policy. And the moderator is tax knowledge. And this is our hypothesis. BDA has positive effect on compliance. Tax facility has positive effects on compliance, and tax knowledge strengthens both relationships. This model combines technological adoption theory with attribution theory of compliance motivation. When BDA detects non-compliance and fiscal incentives are designed effectively, taxpayers are more likely to comply if they possess sufficient tax literacy. The framework thus reflects an integrated digital behavioral approach to tax administration. Our data source is from DGT, Directorate General of Taxes, from Digital Transaction Database, from QRIS, e-wallet, and banking, and from Indonesian statistical data from BPS for SME data. The period is from 2019 to 2024. Our sample is about 2,000 MSMEs in East Jakarta. From those tools, we combine casual inference with machine learning analytics to enhance accuracy.
This dual approach allows both policy evaluation and predictive modeling, providing actionable insight for tax authorities. The novelty in our research is we would like to bridge the gap between technological and behavioral dimension of compliance. This research integrates data analytics and fiscal policy in one empirical model. We combine causal inference with machine learning for predictive compliance analysis. We also use incorporate text knowledge as behavioral moderator. The contribution is, in essence, our research offers a data-driven policy evaluation framework for developing economies. By combining analytics and human capital insight, it provides empirical evidence on how digitalization, incentive, and literacy jointly shape compliance outcomes. This study will support Indonesia's Directorate General of Taxes, DGT, in building a smarter, more inclusive tax administration aligned with the nation's digital transformation agenda. Thank you. That's all for our presentation.
Okay, well done, Pak Tio and Pak Hakim. Now I would like to invite Dr. Moni to give questions and constructive feedback. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Prastuti. Pak Hakim and Pak Ikram, can you go to your title, please?
Sorry, ma'am.
Can you go to your title, your presentation title, your research title? Yeah. So I can see that in your introduction, actually, you are telling that your research actually is going to bring the system and the tax compliance, and you are going to see the behavioral knowledge of the users, because the system that the tax institution now put in place, like tax, something like that, and now like the user is independent using the system, right? So you are going to see from the behavioral dimension to provide implication for the DGPT, for Direktorat Perpajakan, to how to improve the system to increase the UMKM taxpayer compliant. Is that right? Something like that?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, but I don't know, for some reason, you're using quantitative research, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah. So I don't know. I see that you are using the mediator is like text knowledge. But what is the text? What do you mean by text knowledge? Is that text knowledge on in the system, the knowledge of the user of the taxation system, or the common tax knowledge for the UMKM?
The common tax knowledge for the society, the MKM.
But you are going to see the behavioral dimension of the application, the tax system, right? So I don't know. It's like from my point of view, you are trying to like kind of seeing the system from the perspective of the users. Is that user friendly? Because according to your argument, you are going to see that now the DGPT, they improve their system and it should be bring more outcome for the tax compliance, something like that, right?
It's about in the system we have the primer data maybe that show us how the taxpayer report their annual report from the MSME side. We will make a survey or like a questionnaire about did they know about our system, or why do they do not report their asset or their SPT maybe.
So you are going to give like questionnaires to the taxpayer, means the UMKM, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes. So I think your research is very important now, because it's urgently important. Like for me, now they're applying like new tax system, like about the cortex and something like that. Even me like have like financial and accounting background, I don't understand the system. And so I think your research is very important just to gain knowledge from the perspective of user, whether the system is useful or friendly for users. That is the key point that you are going to bring the gap. But I don't know, but maybe the way you present it, it's like I can feel your the issue here, but I don't know, you didn't highlight it well. So I think you need to highlight again. My recommendation or my suggestion for all participants is not only you, but from the beginning, I just want to say that please highlight the urgency, because I feel and I know um, your research is very, very important right now. It's very important. Like me with such background, even I don't understand the system, but I don't know for others with low level background. So you need to clearly uh, you need to clearly develop the questionnaires that you are. I don't know whether you are going to adopt the questionnaire or you are going to develop new questionnaire, but you need to bring the issue that is maybe you can read from the prior research about this, uh, maybe the extent of the application of this new tax system, so that you can bring more perspective into your questionnaire. Like, for example, are you going to separate between the educational level, something like that, whether they are using like they're, because like UMKM, sometimes they do by themselves. So you are going to bring the context of your questionnaire for the UMKM level, something like that, so that your research will be like bring more insight for practical and policy uh, implication. So you need to clearly highlight the text knowledge as the intermediator variable is what, because I didn't see in your presentation. And whether it's text knowledge is the whole understanding of text knowledge, or the text knowledge on the guidance that the Kantor Pajak provide in the in the system. So I don't know. So is that clear enough for the user to follow the guidance? Something like that. So maybe you can use that one as well to develop your questionnaires. And you need to also highlight why the behavioral knowledge is overlooked, especially in Indonesia context, and it's very, very important. You need to bring. I believe you have that one, but you need to highlight in your presentation. Um, I think I would like to brief summarize is just try to bring the connection, the urgency of this system from the beginning, from the behavioral dimension, how we need to study the behavioral dimension in the running in the current tax system to encourage the tax payer compliance, especially for UMKM, and what is actually the advantage from the macroeconomic point of view for Indonesia. You need to mention that, so that just again, I do agree with Prof. Juni. We are going to solve the problem, and why this research is very important. We need to highlight that, so that at the end of the day, when you conduct the result and discussion, it's easier, much easier for you to bring into the practical and policy implications. Thank you.
Thank you for the constructive input, ma'am.
Yeah, okay. Pak Ikram and Pak Hakim. Yeah, I just automatically would like to ask Bu Fionda. Sorry, Pak Ikram.
Good afternoon.
That's a kidding. Yeah. Okay, again, presentation should be points. Yeah, Pak Ikram, Pak Hakim. Yeah. So reduce all these kind of things like this is a sentence, right? Yeah. Put the points. What is the title? Right. Again, yeah, this is a competition. Means that you have to be very, very attractive for the educator. Yeah. Big data analysis is good and very attractive idea. That's one thing. Yeah. However, you make it into quantitative. Can I see the research framework then? And attribution theory and technology theory. Please differentiate between definition and theory. Okay, definition is just explaining the concept. Theory is used to explain the phenomena. It is different. So please don't mix up theory and definition. I don't know whether it is a technology theory or something, but attribution theory, yes, it is. Okay. Can I see all the variable, Pak? And this is primary data or secondary data? Primary data.
Primary, ma'am.
All right, correct. Primary data, taxpayer compliance. When you ask the taxpayer compliance, how can you assure that they will answer the question honestly? Because what I'm very concerned about the primary data in Indonesia, every respondent will answer good things, not honest things. Whatever they think good, they will answer good, right? Especially you're talking about the compliance. Compliance is something that good. Of course, everyone will answer everything good, right? And number two, independent variable, big data analytical. And then what kind of question that you would like to talk about the utilization? Do you think that the respondent understand what is big data analytics? Who are they? Who is going to be your targeted respondent?
The MSMEs, ma'am.
Do you think MSME
In this case,
understand?
we would like to talk about the
Mm,
integration their
mm,
NIK and their
mm,
NPWP. So
mm,
when like a merchant apply in a marketplace like Shopee or
mm.
Tokopedia, and they would like to submit their identification, right?
They should submit, right?
Yeah,
Not they
they
would
should
like to,
submit.
right?
Yeah, they should
Okay, they
submit
should
their
submit.
identity ID, right?
Mm,
So it's uh, they put in their identification number there. So
mm-hmm.
the big data we can access that
Okay, I understand that.
integration to their NPWP, ma'am.
Yes, Pak Ikram. Do you think that MSME understand, meaning that your respondent understand that what they are doing actually is a big data analytics, or they just following what is the regulation, what is required? Because there is a very big gap talking about the big data analytics and just people comply with the procedures. I would think that the MSMEs would say, okay, I want to set up the business and I have to follow required to fill all this information. I just do it. I don't know what is big data analytic, what is the consequences, what is the impact. I don't know. I would say that. Okay. So it is a very good idea, but I would suggest you change this kind of terminology, right? For not being too ambitious, okay? For not being too self-claiming, understanding your participant, your target of participant later on, yeah, as a respondent. And again, tax facility policy. I don't know whether they understand or not with this Policy, but it is good. Knowledge, yes, it is good. It is good, right? Looking at your target is SMSE, right? So beyond of this discussion, yeah, having said that you would like to do the quantitative research, why don't you just do the qualitative with the questionnaire? Just to dig, to draw their understanding about, do they really understanding about the big data analytics while they have to fill up a lot of form when they want to set up the business that is required? Do they really understand about what's the important to be paid tax and what is the important of facility policy? It's going to be more useful
I was
for the
about, sorry,
regulator.
Prof. Juni, I was about
Yes,
to
yeah.
tell that one. I do agree with
Yes,
you. So,
exactly.
yeah, I do agree.
Mm. Yeah, as Moni
Mm.
also said, this is a good, we as an accounting, as a business, as a researchers, we don't know about the big data analytic, to be honest. We have to acknowledge that. Yeah. We cannot say that we understand everything. No, we have to admit that. So moreover, about the SMSE, when it's turned to be a qualitative study with a questionnaire, I think it's going to be interesting, more attractive. Got my idea, Pak Ikram
Yes,
and
ma'am.
Pak
I will
Hakim?
reconsider my methodology.
Why in Indonesia is very people in Indonesia afraid to have a qualitative? I don't understand. And in Trisakti, we are encouraged for the qualitative. Qualitative have a method, right? Questionnaire, participant, and whatever the data, primary data, anything, it can be qualitative. It is not necessary qualitative should be just study case. No. Yeah, you can use and continue with this kind of questionnaire. Yeah, but don't do quantitative.
Thank you,
Okay, Pak
ma'am.
Ikram, Pak Hakim.
Thank you so much, Prof.
Yeah,
Juni and Dr. Moni, for
yeah, all the best. Yeah, with your
valuable
research.
information for the students. Thank you, Pak Fio and Pak Hakim. Now we need to have a break, 5 minutes for the judges, and then we will start by 2:50. Okay, thank
Yeah,
you.
thank you.
Okay, thank you so much everyone for the break. Now I would like to invite Bapak Yulianto Syafiq and Bapak Budi Sulistyo from Master of Accounting. The time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Nur.
You're most
Let me-
welcome.
Yeah, good afternoon, honorable judges, Prof. Yuniati, Dr. Moni, and Bu Nur, and fellow participants. My name is Yulianto Syafiq Kamal, and together with my colleague Budi Sulistyo, we are pleased to present our research entitled Foreign Ownership and Good Governance, Does Sales Growth Alter Tax Avoidance Patterns? Uh, this research focused on how ownership structure and governance mechanism interact with corporate behavior, particularly in the area of tax avoidance. Our research seeks to answer a simple but crucial problem. Do foreign ownership and good corporate governance affect corporate tax avoidance? And does sales growth moderate this relationship? We aim to explore whether strong ownership structures and governance principles can truly prevent tax avoidance, especially when companies are under growth pressure. We refer to three key studies from Desai and Dharmapala, corporate growth and tax avoidance from high growth firms, Mahardianik et al., the mediation of sales growth on transfer pricing and ownership structure toward tax avoidance, and Minik and Noga, do corporate governance characteristic influence tax management. These studies form a solid foundation but leave a gap. The moderating role of sales growth remains underexplored. That's the gap our research fills. Tax avoidance remains a critical governance issue in Indonesia, affecting state revenue and corporate reputation. Foreign ownership introduce higher transparency, and good governance enhance managerial accountability, both expected to reduce tax avoidance. However, findings have been inconsistent, raising the question, are ownership and governance mechanism truly effective? We introduce sales growth as moderating variable. It creates profit pressures that can undermine governance effectiveness. Hence, our central question, to what extent do ownership and governance remain effective when firms grow rapidly? The idea and hypothesis, foreign ownership and governance quality are key drivers of tax behavior. Foreign ownership brings a stricter monitoring, good governance strengthens oversight and transparency. Sales growth may alter these effects. Under high pressure, management might prioritize flexibility over compliance. For hypothesis, foreign ownership and GCG negatively affects tax avoidance, and sales growth moderates the effect of foreign ownership and the effect of good governance. There's also a tension between theory of agency and performance drive of the firm. For the data, we use secondary data from annual reports and audited financial statement of automotive manufacturing firms listed on IDX. The automotive sector is capital incentive and economically significant, ideal for analyzing tax behavior under growth pressure. For the samples, we use 15 to 20 firms in 5 years period. So for the observation, about 75 to 100 observations. For the variables, the independent is foreign ownership. It can be set from the percentage shares, and the GCG from CGC reports,
for the mediating variable is sales growth. It can be measured from year-on-year rate for the independent and for the dependent variable from tax avoidance. It can be measured from the tax expense of the firm. We use purposive sampling and reliability tests to ensure validity. That concludes for my section. My colleague, Budi Sulistyo, will now continue. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Safik. And then about tools and analytical method, this study applies a quantitative panel data regression framework using moderate regression analysis to test both direct and interaction effect. No survey are used. All analyses are conducted in SPSS or Stata or AViews, supported by robustness test for consistency. This method help us capture both firm level difference and time dynamic over 5 years, offering a clearer view of how governance and growth influence tech behavior. And then about novelty, the key novelty is the introduction of sales growth as a moderating variable between foreign ownership, governance, and tax avoidance. Unlike prior studies assuming constant monitoring effectiveness, our findings show it varies with business growth. Sales growth become a double-edged sword, signaling expansion, but increasing pressure on managers to manage tax more aggressively. Our study focused on Indonesia post-pandemic automotive manufacturing sector, providing fresh empirical evidence. And then, so what? Tech avoidance affects not only government revenue, but also reputation and investor trust. Our study identifies when ownership and governance mechanisms effectively reduce tech avoidance. And the implication are regulators can design adaptive governance policies, and investor can assess tax risk and sustainability, or manager can be balance tax efficiency with compliance. And about contribution, theoretically, we extend agency theory, but by showing that monitoring effectiveness depends on sales growth. Empirically, we add a new evidence from Indonesia automotive subsector during 2020 up to 2024. Particularly, we inform regulators, investors, and auditors on adaptive policies and compliance indicator. And then can you scroll the presentation, Safik? And then we welcome collaboration with research and practitioners in governance, taxation, and auditing. Our target journal include on the Asian Journal of Accounting Research, maybe, or Journal of Accounting and Taxation, and all data are published and all data are public and audited with no ethical concern. To conclude, we ask, do foreign ownership and governance truly prevent tax avoidance? And does this still hold under rapid growth? We believe our findings can support policy, improve transparency, and maybe strengthen corporate sustainability. And that's all from us. Thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, well then, Pak Budi and Pak Syafiq. Now I would like to invite Prof. Juniati to give constructive feedback. Thank you.
Okay, Pak Yulianto and Pak Budi, very good effort, yeah? So have you conducted this research? Or this is just an idea to propose your research? Hello, Pak Yul or Pak Budi would like to answer. Yes, Pak
Yes,
Yul,
yes,
have you conducted this research or this is a proposal?
I think this is for
proposal, or you have been conducted this research,
I think
or
for this,
you have been doing it now?
it's a proposal,
A
Prof.
proposal. Okay, all right. One thing I didn't mention from the beginning, but please bear on mind because this pitching research has strictly have a wording limitation, right? There is a template that you have to look at the wording limitation. I didn't count the words, but just please pay attention for the wording limitation. Yeah. Whatever it is, when it is a requirement, you have to fulfill the requirement. Right. No survey or interviews that you written here. Can I see that? That something you didn't conduct, you don't need to write it down. When you didn't conduct, yeah? All right. No, yeah, yes, just now. Yeah, you don't need to write it. Just now, back again the slide. Okay, stop. This one. Why you need to write this one? Is there any particular reason? Because everything that you didn't conduct and you don't want to conduct it, right? You don't need to write. Otherwise, it's going to raise an inquiries for the people. Why you need to write it? Is there any reason? Yeah. It doesn't mean that when you do the quantitative study, then you don't need the survey. Of course not. When you do the quantitative, you also need the survey. It's also fine. Yeah, it's also okay. Then your research is going to be still quantitative. Never mind. Don't worry about the survey or interviews, guys. Yeah.
Okay,
I
thank you.
know, I know what is Indonesian people think. Survey interviews are very difficult, right? In your mind is always think about that.
Yes, Prof.
Yes, correct. But you have to know survey and interviews will give you a lot of information rather than only the secondary data. So if you have a very limited time for your study and you don't want to do it, it's fine. Yeah. But secondary data, you have to understand and write the analysis thoroughly, not only providing this is what hypothesis is accepted or not accepted, um, significantly influenced or not. It is not just only that, right? Can I see your research question, please? Do you have your research question or research framework if you don't have that? Okay, just stop that. Yeah. Have a look here. You said foreign ownership and good corporate governance or corporate governance? Because you write here good governance. So actually the right wording is CG, corporate governance. You cannot see the good one. Yeah, right. Practice is effect. Don't use effect. It's better to use influence. Corporate tax avoidance and thus self growth moderate this relationship, which is good title, foreign ownership, corporate governance, does self growth alter tax avoidance pattern? Yes. Okay. It is related. I just want to show it to you how it works, right? And then key papers, yeah, garbage in, garbage out. Remember the GIGO concept, yeah? When you write this one, okay, I don't think it is reputable, okay? When you use the reference not from the reputable paper, means that your paper is not good enough. Yeah, because garbage in is garbage out. All right. How can you measure the foreign ownership with the percentage?
Yes, Prof. From
Okay. How can you measure the CG?
Yes, Prof, from annual report.
Yeah, how can you?
Oh,
How can you measure it? With the index, content analysis, or what? Okay,
with
please.
index scores,
Index
index
score.
scores, yes.
Score index that you do the scoring or you just take the score index.
Okay, scoring. Oh,
By scoring means
yeah.
that it is content analysis method. There is a method, Pak.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Okay,
have
bro.
to write down the method. Yeah, and sales, you calculate the sales and then tax evidence, you calculate that. All right, again, my big concern is about your novelty, your contribution of this. Yeah, so what is the exact problem you want to solve? What your contribution of your research? Yeah, think about that carefully. Right, offer to Moni. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank you,
Yuni.
Prof. Yuni.
Thank you, Prof. Juni. Pak Budi and Pak Yulianto, thank you for your presentation. I just found the website about the teaching from Bonn, the link, and even like they're providing training, I mean the workshop, like for 10 hours workshop, and it's free. If it is possible, maybe some participants, maybe you can use it to win the competition only. But I I have been enlightened by the what is actually the pitching one. So the pitching is how we communicate. It's about the communication process within 3 4 7 minutes about your simple of your comprehensive working. And it's not easy. That is why they are providing the workshop to do that. So we need to follow the flow. And I again will highlight the importance is um from Prof. Juning said before, that what is the issue that you are going to, that you think that is urgent, and your research is urgent to contribute to the issue. So, like previous participant also saying about the tax of avoidance. And what is the issue if in this tax avoidance like keep being practicing? So you need to you need to highlight the urgency of the issue. And I didn't see in your presentation especially about the connection between foreign ownership and tax avoidance based on prior research of the prior facts that you need to highlight so that we can see the urgency why we need to conduct this research. So I can see that why you see the automotive sector to the foreign ownership, but I didn't see the connection with the logic of the connection between the foreign ownership with the tax avoidance. So bring it into the into your presentation, so it make us aware that this your research is very important to solve the urgent issue here, especially in Indonesia context. And uh, I think why, because you are telling that you are bringing the novelty by using the sales growth that has been overlooked in prior research as the the mediating variables. So you need to emphasize why sales growth is. So yeah, I keep saying why because I need your logic justification by using your concept or the empirical finding why this is very important. So why I always highlight the urgency that you need to state from the beginning, because it will lead you how to and it will lead you to bring your practical and policy implication. So at least you bring something, and we don't need to make something really big. No. So this is like master research. It's not like a Nobel Prize research. I mean, it's just research, but at least even like in the small thing, you bring something to help to help government or businesses to improve their practice and to improve the policy for good outcome for this country. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moni, for the recommendation.
Okay, thank you very much, judges, Dr. Moni and Prof. Juniati. Thank you so much, Pak Syafiq and Pak Budi. Well done for your presentation. Now, I would like to invite Bu Fitri Zulfina and Bu Skolastika to present your pitch. The time is yours.
Thank you, Dr. Nur Hastuti. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, the distinguished judges, Professor Juniati, Dr. Moni, and all the participants. It is an honor to be presenting before you today at this research pitching competition. My name is Fitri Jovina and my colleague Scholastica Andina Tiara Kusuma. Without further ado, let us begin our presentation. The title is Does Leadership Matter? The moderating role of CEO characteristic on the relationship between ESG disclosure and firm performance in emerging market. The research question, there's two research question. The first, does ESG disclosure affect firm performance in public company in Indonesia? And the second is, do CEO characteristic moderate the relationship between ESG disclosure and firm performance? The motivation. Research shows mixed results on how ESG disclosure affect company performance. Sometimes it's positive, sometimes negative, or sometimes insignificant. The likely reason for this inconsistent finding is the CEO strategic role. Recent studies confirm this. First, CEO traits like education and length of service can strengthen the link between ESG and better financial performance. It is from Gardalo in 2022. And the other studies found that various CEO characteristics can either help or hurt the impact of ESG. It is from Al-Muhim and Al-Juhayman in 2023. In short, the CEO characteristic determine if a company's ESG effort actually improve its performance. However, this important area is rarely studied in Indonesia, even though regulators are pushing for more ESG transparency. And next. This study emphasized that the effectiveness of ESG disclosure in improving firm performance is conditional. While ESG is expected to boost performance through legitimacy and reputation, the inconsistent results in prior research are likely due to variation in CEO leadership traits. The research will examine CEO characteristics in 5 categories like age, gender, education, tenure, and CEO chairman duality to determine which traits amplify or weaken the positive impact of ESG and firm performance. Ultimately, the goal is to provide a deeper understanding of how leadership influence the value creation potential of ESG within the Indonesian context. The data we use in this study is the sample is energy sector companies on IDX 2018 to 2023. This study used the energy sector because the sector has a large environmental impact, is highly dependent on regulation, has a high financial risk, and the focus to the global energy transition. And then we use secondary data from sustainability report and financial report. We analyze the data with panel regression, with e-views or stata, and we check with robustness and endogeneity. heterogeneity test. Tools we use in this study, dependent variable is firm performance. We use return on asset. Independent variable, we use ESG. We gonna uh, make a content analysis index GRI. And the moderator variable, we use CEO characteristic with 5 character that we mentioned before. And the formula is performance equal to alpha plus beta 1 ESG plus beta 2 CO characteristic and plus beta 3 ESG and CO characteristic plus control and error. And next, continue to my colleague, Mbak Andin, please.
Okay, thank you, Miss Fitri. About watch news, this research extends the upper echelon theory by applying it to ESG disclosure in Indonesia, an emerging market where studies remain limited. Rather than focusing solely on ESG reporting quantity or quality, the study highlights the importance of CEO characteristic, including education, tenure, age, gender, and duality. There are indeed many similar studies, but the proxies used are still separate. For example, CEO tenure only or CEO gender only, not measured together. But in this research, we added duality. And then about so what, ESG disclosure is widely associated with better firm performance through enhanced reputation, investor confidence, and stronger risk management. However, the extent of its impact strongly depends on leadership. CEOs with strong educational backgrounds, longer experience, and diverse perspective are more capable of ensuring that ESG initiatives create real value. Conversely, when a CEO also serves as board chair, known as CEO duality, power can become centralized, reducing oversight and accountability, which weakens ESG outcomes. And then about contribution, theoretically, the study expands the upper echelons theory by demonstrating that ESG's effectiveness is influenced by leadership qualities, not merely the disclosure itself. Empirically, it provides new insights from Indonesia, a market with unique ownership structure and developing sustainability regulation. Practically, the finding can help investor assess genuine ESG commitment through CEO profiles, support regulators like OJK in improving sustainability governance policies, and encourage companies to prioritize ethical and visionary leadership for sustainable value creation. Sorry, because time is up. Thank you for your attention. We look forward to your feedback.
Well done, Bu Skolastika and Bu Fitri. Now I would like to invite Prof. Juni to give constructive feedback.
Thank you.
The time is yours.
Yes, thank you. Bu Fitri and Bu Skolastika, yeah, very good effort. Thank you for your presentation. First thing, again, I would challenge you with the new things. What is the novelty of this research? Because again, you're trying to put some previous study and putting all together. Is it right? Like CEO duality, there's many studies talking about that, but not in one studies perhaps. Then you taking there, you can taking the previous from different resources and then you're putting together. So what is actually the contribution of this research? Is there any new that you change the measurement, for example?
Thank you, Prof. Juni.
Yep.
In this research, we want to combine.
You combine. Okay. No,
Many,
yeah.
many.
When you combine prior studies, it is a motivation. Okay. Again, as I explained before, it is a motivation. When you want to really giving a more benefit for the contribution means that you have to develop something new. For example, you use UAT, right? Leadership. There are a lot of studies talking about UAT in the leadership context. But perhaps you want to change the leadership not by UAT, but for the for compliance theory, for regulatory pressure. That's the very different things of idea, right? While previous research talking about UAT for the leadership, but you're talking about the other theory for the leadership. There's something new things, not just playing around with the variables. Okay. And then ESG authenticity signals. How can you say that? Can you explain a bit? ESG authenticity signals. Why CA profiles as a ESG authenticity signals? CEO profile is just CEO profiles. Why you think that CEO profiles can be a signal for ESG authenticity? It is interesting for me.
Because from the CEO, we can make the direction to the ESG pathway.
Okay, right. Okay, I understand what you mean. How can you measure the CEO profiles then? What kind of measurement that you use to measure the CEO profiles?
In this study, we use five characteristics.
Yeah, what kind of that?
It is age, gender, educational background, tenure, and CEO
So
dual.
what kind of the characteristics that referring and relate to the ESG?
In the CEO chairman duality, Prof.
Duality?
Yes.
What do you mean by duality?
Um,
Why CEO duality referring to ESG? Why it is signaling to the ESG?
we concerned about the willingness,
Independency?
to disclosure is only about to uh, mm, follow the rule or just tendency to uh, green
Greenwashing?
greenwashing
Greenwashing, follow the rule, or showing a real commitment? What?
commitment. Yes.
Okay, that's what you think, right?
Yes.
Okay, how can you measure the duality? It is double position, correct?
Double position.
Yeah, double position, and then you think that the double position, it is a commitment or it is not commitment, it's just greenwashing. It has any connection? Because this is interesting. When you think about that, you can change your research into whether CEO duality signaling greenwashing for ESG. It's very good, right? Very interesting, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, but then is it right or not? Do you have any strong argument whether the characteristic of CEO showing whether they are duality position, it can influence their commitment, or it is just showing the greenwashing? So it is a big things that you have to think of. But if you really confident that education, tenure, age, gender, or duality that you think it can showing the drivers of ESG transparency, then change your title into only thinking about the CEO duality to ESG transparency. It's much more interesting rather than what you're doing now.
Okay, thank you very
Okay?
much.
Yeah, thanks. Yes, Dr. Moni, offer to you.
Thank you, Prof. Juni. I'm thinking the same as Prof. Juni. So let's make your reason more interesting in terms of duality, because if we are, because you're using the theory of where you proper asylum theory. So actually, the practices, the organizational practice is affected by the top management view or perspective. And that is why you are considering leadership as the indicator leadership mean the CEO characteristic that affect the ASG disclosure to the firm performance, right? But the thing is, for the indicator for the leadership, you told that you are going to use age, gender, education, tenure, which is easily for you to just get because you are using quantitative. You are just extract the information from the annual report. But how about duality? Because I do agree with Prof. Juni that when we're talking about duality, we can see the cognitive duality or behavioral duality or role duality or value duality. Like example, value duality, like they are in the dual perspective, it is like profit-oriented motive or social and environmental responsibility. So how you identify and you measure duality is very important. For me, but actually it's not easy, but it makes your research unique. Because why? Because from back to my PhD research before, actually the top management is not acting like he lead the organization. It's not like from everything coming from their states of mind. Actually, they are doing something because of the external pressure, whether it can be from coercive pressure, normative pressure, or mimetic pressure, where I analyzed using the institutional theory. So you need to explore about duality. Yes, you're using upper echelon theory, which is for me is really good because you are arguing that what is actually organizational practice is actually affected by the top management perspective and view. But remember that it's not standalone. The top management is doing because there are another pressure that will affect their duality and which one is, but it's not easy to measure. So maybe you can consider, but it makes your research is more, for me, is more unique. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Moni.
Yeah, please consider all our inputs, yeah, Bu Fitri and also Bu Scholastica.
Okay,
Right?
thank you,
Okay, thank
Prof.
you
Because we
so
have a
much.
similar
Yes,
thoughts. Okay. Yeah.
thank you,
Thank
Prof.
you so much, judges, Prof. Juni and Dr. Moni. Thank you so much, Bu Fitri and Scholastica, for very nice presentations. Now, I would like to invite Bu Stevia Septiani from PhD program, University of Indonesia. Please, the time is yours.
Thank you, Bruno.
You're most welcome.
Is it clear, my presentation?
Not yet. Okay, all good.
Hmm. I try to slideshow. Okay. Good afternoon, distinguished professors, reviewers, and all participants. Okay, my name is Stevia, a PhD student from University of Indonesia. It's an honor to present my research idea with the title Digital Consumption, Unlocking and Sustaining the Growth of Indonesia Organic Food Market, supervised by Dr. Gita and Dr. Rati. This study explore how digital consumer participation or consumption can strengthen a sustainable organic food system in emerging market like Indonesia. Sorry. Sorry, Bu Nur, is it good, my presentation?
Yes, it's very clear. It's very clear.
Yeah. Although awareness of health and sustainability is increasing, Indonesia's organic food market remains stagnant. From 2018 to 2022, market share of organic packaged food stayed just at 0.1%, far below 20% target set by the government. At the same time, digital platforms have changed how consumers interact, buy, and share food experiences. Yet, the research still treats consumers as passive buyers, not as active participants who co-create the value. So this gap inspires my central research question: how does digital consumption drive the purchase continuity and contribute to expand the organic food market? Supporting sub-question include the first is what key behavior represent digital consumption in the organic food context. The second is how do trust, consumer knowledge, and digital engagement influence the consumption? And the last is how can digital marketing communication and technology adoption be integrated and influence the purchase continuity? This study extends the following key literatures. So in this study, consumers are not just buyers, but strategic partners who co-create the value and promoting sustainable consumption through digital platforms. We propose integrated framework by combining two models. The first is digital integrated marketing communication, or the IMC model, which explain how interactivity and consistency of digital message build the trust and digital engagement. And you taught three model, which explain why people adapt and continue using the technology. The key mechanism is placing trust as a bridge between the IMC and Utah tree model, while introducing digital consumption as engine of sustained participation. Okay, we use a mixed method approach here. For the first part, we use qualitative approach for the exploratory study. In-depth interview have been conducted to key actors of organic food chain. This part aims to contextualize digital consumption and generate relevant indicator of consumption constructs and will be validated with the exploratory factor analysis. And for the second part, we use the quantitative for the main study. A structured survey will target the consumer who have purchased the organic food by digital platforms. And this part aims to analyze the relationship between consumption, trust, and purchase continuity. And we will use the structural equation modeling analysis and multi-group analysis. So this study offers several key innovations. The first is integrate the IMC and Utah tree model and placing trust as a key mediating factor and develop new quantitative consumption measurement items. And also employ the mixed method design, which is rarely used in this domain. Expected contribution of this study, theoretically, it expands the understanding of consumer participation and introduce the validate consumption constructs for the future research. Practically, it provides strategic framework for the digital platform providers over policy insight for inclusive sustainable food system and also support the SDGs. Ethic clearance has been obtained. All instruments will be culturally adapted and retested, and the study has strong potential collaboration with national and international organizations. The output of the study will be published in the target journals, Scopus Q1, such as British Food Journal and Journal Cleaner of Production. In closing, in this study, we empower a consumer to prosumer, active agent of change, helping the digital platforms and communities build trust, sustainability, and inclusivity of organic food ecosystem. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Bu Stevia. Well done. Now I would like to invite Dr. Moni to give constructive feedback. The time is yours.
Yeah. Thank you, Stefia. I think your presentation and also your research topic is very interesting, especially talking about how you bring the consumer, because in accounting we know that about the stakeholder engagement, and it's like from production to consumption. You're trying to bring all the line how the consumer should be engaged in the whole line from the production consumer, which is, I think, in now for the organic market now it's rare in Indonesia, but you are trying to conduct the research to bring more practice and policy implications, especially for the food organic product. And I think it is clear for me, but maybe you need to highlight again the big issue of the importance of the engagement. Because I see in your presentation, but it's not that strong enough. So you need to create the hook, like really, really like this is good, especially in terms of talking about sustainability or something like that, because this is a very good topic. And I'm interested in this topic. And like, and you are trying to bring the integrated framework of uh, but one thing, you need to also mention what is the pro-consumption. Because like for me, I understand this is from production consumption, but maybe some other people who are not coming from your background, they don't understand or they are not familiar. So in your presentation, if you go to another level, you need to mention about the just simple definition of low consumption. And also you're trying to bring the integrated framework of the DIMC and UTAUT3, which is, I think, also is very important because you are trying to bring, like, you bring all the platform how to analyze the engagement through some platform, online platform, right? So you need to bring the definition because maybe for some people they do understand, but not for all the people. But your topic is very important and your topic is very interesting. And one thing about your methodology, you're trying to bring the qualitative first because maybe prior research is rarely people, so it's not easy for you to make the adoption from some studies in Indonesia context, but you are trying to develop and you need to I don't know how you do the context digital consumption practices. It seems like you are bringing your, because it's qualitative, you are going to develop your category and subcategories. And to do that, I don't know whether it's prior or emerging or totally emerging. And so you need to, like maybe like Prof. Juni said, for the first participant, you need to consider like pilot study. And I think it's not easy, but if you are doing like adaptation, there is like combination of the theme or category from a priority prior themes, like there is a theme or sub themes before and you are going to adapt in Indonesia context, that's fine. But maybe you are still, but if there is another new category and you will put in the context of Indonesia, maybe it makes things easier. So I just feel like your topic and your presentation is very good. So in that sense, just you need to make it, the hook is more like urgent, like kind of Indonesia calling it, make it like drama at first, and then and so this is urgent, and then just explain some jargon or something like that that maybe not all people understand. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Prof. Moni.
Okay, Stevia, may I know what is your background?
I'm a lecturer from IPB University, Prof.
What is your particularly interest subject that you aim to?
Okay, agricultural marketing too.
Oh, digital marketing. Okay,
Yes.
right. The idea is very good, Stevia. Yeah.
Thank you, Prof.
And
Juni.
can I see the research method? I try to streamline the research method. Okay, from here. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Why you need SAM? Why do you need SEM? Do you have any independent variable or dependent variable that you want to test?
Yes, Prof. I
Mm.
have some variables that I will test the relationship among the constructs, and actually the new variable that this study will generate is digital presumption itself.
Okay. Do you have any research framework for this?
Sure. May I
Yeah.
show to you?
Yeah. Can I see that?
Uh,
Because it shows to me, if I were you, I would stop in the qualitative
mm,
rather than I continue to the quantitative. It doesn't mean I don't like quantitative. No, my research is also quantitative.
mm,
Yeah, but it is too much.
mm,
Well, you want to develop something new for the qualitative, which is good enough. Why do you need to continue with the quantitative then? It will bias the focus and the objective. Yeah, can I see that? Your quantitative? Come on, quickly. Because you don't put anything for the quantitative. Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah. Well, your idea is good enough.
thank you.
Then how can you develop? This is similar like number one, yeah, Bu Moni, yeah? Like Ibu Meta.
Yes, yes.
Mm. Yeah. Ah, okay.
Have you seen this mod?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I'm seeing it now. Can you make it bigger?
Yeah.
Hmm.
Mm.
Yeah, click please. Yeah. My concern is, do you have any strong argument when you write this every hypothesis?
Thank you, Prof. Juni.
Mhm.
Actually, I have strong argument for each thesis, and I try to combine the this upper model is about
Mhm.
the marketing effort from the
Mhm.
digital platforms
Okay,
providers.
right. If you have any argument for each hypothesis, going to be fine. But then, how long do you want to finish your study with the qualitative and this quantitative? 3 years, 5 years, 6 years, or 10 years?
Yeah,
Be
yeah.
very logical, yeah,
Okay.
and realistic. Well, you also a lecturer. That's why I asked, what are you doing? What is your background? If you do not have anything to do, then it's fine. Maybe 2 years you can be completed. Be realistic in the research. Okay, so I will clearly suggest if
Mm.
you can develop your research just to focus on the qualitative, or if you don't like that, just to focus on your quantitative, that's all. All right, but really have to focus. I don't know what kind of argument that you put here, like for example, yeah, social influence. How can you measure the social influence, effort, expectancy, and so on? Means that you are going to use the questionnaire, right?
Yes.
Yeah. For me, I don't really trust the questionnaire
Mm.
because everything should be good from the participant. The participant never tell the honest or real things. It's always good, 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 good. And the researchers in Indonesia always tend to accept the hypothesis. Do not dare to reject the hypothesis. I don't know why.
Mm.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
actually rejected the hypothesis is good as well, as long as we can have a human, we can explain it concisely and logically. Okay, that's my concern, Stevia.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah,
Juni.
very good idea. Good of I can say your what is your intention? Yeah, your objective. But please be let's see, Rati. Okay, Indonesia. Okay, please be logical and doable. Okay, like digital consumption, unlocking the sustainable growth of Indonesian organic food market. That's always very nice. Okay,
Thank you very
yeah,
much, Prof.
well
Juni.
done, Stevia.
Okay, thank you very much, judges, Prof. Juni and Dr. Moni. Thank you so much, Bu Stevia. Very nice presentations. Now I would like to invite Bapak Yoga Prabowo. Bapak Yoga, are you here? Okay. Now I would like to invite Bu Monik Hermawati. The time is yours.
Thank you, Miss Ibu Nur.
You're most welcome.
Sorry.
Okay, it's very clear, Bu Monik.
Wait. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Monique Hermawati, and today I am presenting my research title, The Effect of Good Corporate Governance on Earning Management, Evidence from Indonesian Listed Companies. This study focused on how governance mechanism influence managers' behavior in reporting earning in Indonesia. The main question guiding this study is, does good corporate governance actually reduce earning management practices? And if it does, which governance mechanism work the best in constraining such behavior? This question is essential for improving financial transparency and investor trust. Earning management weakens the credibility of financial report and threatens investor protection. Regulator continue to tighten governance standards, expecting the stronger monitoring with limit manipulation. However, research across countries show mixed and inconsistent results. In Indonesia, governance structure may operate differently due to concentrated ownership and varying board effectiveness. That creates an important puzzle: how effective is governance in truly mitigating earning management in our market? This research examined the role of monitoring mechanisms as independent board, institutional ownership, and audit committee. The idea is simple. Better oversight leads to more transparent reporting. The dependent variable is earning management measured by discretionary accrual. For the independent variable include board independence, audit committee, effectiveness, managerial and institutional ownership, and for the control variable include size, leverage, profitability, growth, industry, and year effect. These components are included to isolate the real influence of corporate governance on earning manipulation. The study used companies listed on the Indonesia Stock Exchange from 2019 to 2023. Data are collected from audited financial statement and governance disclosure available publicly, and firms with missing or incomplete information are excluded, resulting in a reliable panel dataset that capture variation over time. This research contribute new evidence from Indonesia, where governance regulation exists but their effectiveness remain debated. I analyze multiple governance mechanisms together to find which one truly matter. I also incorporate alternative measure of earning management, including real activity manipulation for stronger validity. And I apply panel regression models such as fixed asset and random effect. To ensure robustness, I compare results using different proxies and including the quaternary model. This metric tools help provide credible and statistically reliable conclusion. So this study is useful both in theory and practice. It strengthens our understanding of how governance reduce agency problems. Practically, a regulator can refine governance policies based on which mechanism work, and companies can design better oversight system to discourage manipulation. Ultimately, this research aims to enhance investor confidence and improve corporate accountability in Indonesia's capital market. To summarize the contribution for the theoretical explains governance is role in reducing agency conflict. For the empirical, provides updated evidence from an emerging market, and for practical, support policy markers, companies, and investor in decision making. I plan to pursue collaboration for coding governance variable, and I'm to publish in reputable journal related to accounting and governance. Risks are moderate, especially if governance fail to show significant effect, yet the topic remains highly relevant and valuable. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu Moni. Now I would like to invite Prof. Juni to give some comments.
Okay, can I? Yes, Bu Monique, good presentation with a very interesting pictures. Okay, can I see your title, please? Yeah, just a bit of concern that your sentence, your font is too small compared to the pictures. Yeah, if you would like to highlight the picture, it is good, but then your font is too small. Yeah, it's not really comparable. Right. Again, what is the importance of this research? Looking at what is your contribution, because you look at the CG again and earning management. Yeah, for me, has been decided everywhere. Yeah, and the result is there. So, what is the interesting of your title of your research, Bu Monique?
Okay, thank you, Prof. Juni. I interest in Indonesia for the financial statement in audited, maybe can I fraud in earning management, but very difficult for to know what is the fraud is the financial statement. Yes. And I interest for the earning management can be every company do that. Yeah. But how we know for the company to do earning management fraud.
Okay. Yes, Bu Monique, perhaps you can provide some of the phenomenon. What is the reason, problem, or cases related to earning management? Yeah, that bring your attention, and why CG is very important. What kind of CG is very important? Because nowadays we know that there's not only the structures of the organizational behavior and hardship structures. You know the structures, right? Like structures of organizational, that is hard corporate governance, but now the behavior of the corporate governance is also CG as a soft structures. Okay, perhaps you can go to the soft structures of the CG, which is not only the structures of the organization, but the behavior of each of the individual on the structures. The individual of the structures is very important to determine what is the CG quality. And then you can bring this idea into the recent earning management cases that happen to prevent, right? Okay, back again your research methodology, please. This is definitely the quantitative, right? Okay, stop.
Yes.
Yeah, go. The research, yeah, stop here. Yeah. Stop here. Okay, right. The sample, all right. What kind of measurement that you would like to measure CG for the disclosure? Correct?
Yes, Prof.
Okay, mean using the content analysis. Correct?
Correct.
All right. What kind of standard that you apply? It's the standard, the item that when you doing the scoring, what kind of standard that you use?
For the company, Prof.
No, the standard for doing the content analysis. When you do the content analysis, you have the standard, right? To put whether this is scoring, what kind of scoring that I have to put it.
Yes, scoring.
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, the scoring. All right. What kind of standard did you use? Have you heard about PUKI, Pedoman Governance Indonesia?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
For
are
the
you going to use that or what kind of standard? Asian scorecard? PUKI? Or what kind of the standard? It's very important for you. If you doing this disclosure, you have to have a list of the disclosure standard first before you doing the content analysis or providing any scores. If you don't have any list of the disclosure, how can you do the disclosure analysis? Okay, earning management is easy because you're just taking the numbers from the reporting. Yeah, but then when you are doing yourself, again, it's very important whether you are developing the measurement or standard for the CG based on Indonesia, or originally you're using the Asian scorecard, then you would change into Indonesian, which is you combine within Asian scorecard with the PUKI or whatever. That's a standard for the CG. Yeah, so think about that, Bu Monique.
Okay. I think I will use ASEAN Corporate Governance Scorecard, Miss Prof. Juni.
So Asian CG.
ASEAN
Yeah,
CG,
Asian
yes.
CG, you have to again analyze. It's not every detail of the Asian CG are applied to Indonesian. Yeah, because it has been adopted into PUKI, Pedoman Umum Governance Corporate Indonesia. Right? Yeah,
Right.
look at that standard. Yeah, that's all for me. Thank you.
Thank
Over
you,
to
Prof.
Monique. Yeah.
Juni. Thank you.
Yeah, shall I?
Yes,
Yeah,
yes,
so
Monique.
yeah. So, Bu Monique, I think there are a lot of research, prior research talking about good corporate governance with earning management. I mean, corporate governance, the relationship with earning management. But correct me if I'm wrong, you are going to see the effective, specifically, you are going to see effective monitoring mechanism. Is that right? Because you were written something like that, and so I don't know. Yeah, so the standard that you're going to use, if like Asian corporate governance, or the standard that you told to Prof. Juni, is the whole thing, or you only specifically trying to see from the indicator effective monitoring mechanism by the board or whatever? Because I can see that you stated in your writing here, in your presentation, that you told that you are going to measure the effective monitoring mechanism because the effectiveness of the monitoring is debatable. Am I right or am I wrong? Or I misunderstood your presentation? Is that something like that? Because you just presented like that. So I don't, because if you just using the quantitative methodology to see how the corporate governance affect or influence the earning management with some indicator, I think many prior research has been conducted this topic before. Yeah, but I don't know if you can argue the the your key argument, that is fine, but I think if you highlight more about effective monitoring mechanisms, especially you are connecting with what Prof. Juni told about from the soft aspect, from the behavior of the corporate government, I think your research is very unique compared with my research. Yeah, only that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Moni. Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges, Dr. Moni, Prof. Juniati. Thank you so much, Bu Monik. Well done for your presentations. Now, I would like to invite 10 presenter, Bapak, Bapak Eka Mukorobin and Pak Dedi. The time is yours. From Master of Accounting.
Thank you, Bu Nur.
You're most
Good
welcome.
afternoon, judges and participants. Okay, my friend Daddy apologized for not being able to present because his 3 children is sick. Okay, let me present my research pitching. I will share. Okay. Let me
Yes.
present a research pitch entitled The Impact of Earning Growth, Liquidity, and Tax Retention on Earning Quality, the Moderating Role of Corporate Governance. We apologize for not making a presentation because we assume that the pitching template is the presentation. Okay, this study investigates the impact of earning growth, liquidity, and tax retention on earning quality with corporate governance as a moderating factor. Earning quality is a critical determinant of investor trust, yet findings from prior study remain inconsistent, particularly in emerging markets such as Indonesia. Various cases of financial report manipulation demonstrate the weakness of corporate governance. Manipulation of financial reports can mislead stakeholders. Okay, and depending variable, wait. We use depending variable use earning quality using Jones model to estimate a company's discretionary accrual, and then earning growth using earnings per share growth, and liquidity using current ratio, tax retention using comparison of net income with earnings before interest and tax, and the moderating variable corporate governance using score that obtained by comparing compliance with OJK regulation. For the data, we use data from IDX 18 company during 2018 to 2024 period. This research employs purposive sampling and multiple regression models. The study integrates corporate governance as a moderating factor to understand how firm-level financial indicators interact with governance structure to shape earnings quality. And the novelty of this study is the measurement of governance using score analysis guided by OJK guidelines such as POJK and SEOJK. The study expects that earning growth, liquidity, and tax retention each have a positive effect on earning quality, while corporate governance strengthens this relationship by enhancing transparency and accountability. And the findings are anticipated to provide new insight on how firm-level financial indicators interact with governance mechanism to shape earnings quality. Practically, the research will be assisting investors and managers in evaluating the reliability of reported earnings, also offering guidance for regulator to strengthen governance framework and financial reporting standards. Overall, the study enhance the understanding of earnings quality determinant, and provide actionable implication for investor, manager, and policymaker in emerging capital markets. Okay, thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, Pak Eka. Very good. Now I would like to invite Prof. Juni for giving constructive feedback. The time is yours.
Okay, Pak Eka, good effort for the presentation. Okay, can I see what is new? Stop there. Stop,
Oh,
what
okay.
is new? Yeah. Okay, you said previously
Okay.
substance intention, yeah, finding related on the management. Yeah. Okay, so what is new? What is the new things that you're bringing to your research?
The new is using measurement in governance
In
and
governance.
corporate governance. Yes.
Okay. Yeah. What the previous research did and what are you going to do in the governance?
Okay. The prior study use
Study. Mhm.
institutional ownership, managerial ownership, independent commissioner, oversight,
Okay.
and audit committee.
Okay, and then yourself.
And then, yes.
And then what are you going to do? What are you going to
Oh,
measure for the CG?
okay. And we use governance quality score, like content
Governance.
analysis,
Sorry, what is
governance
that?
quality score.
Okay, governance quality score. How can
Yeah.
you calculate the score?
Okay. That measure from content analysis.
Okay, the content analysis,
Mm.
when you doing the scoring, what standard that you use for the disclosure items?
From OJK standard.
Which OJK?
The OJK 21
Mhm.
and SAOJK 32.
Have you make the disclosure from the CG from that? Have you developed the disclosure item from the OJK?
Nah, not yet, Prof.
Not yet, because this is very important things. When you bring a new things, it is from the regulator, right?
Yes,
From the
yes.
regulation. Okay. My another challenge, when it is from the regulator, what is your intention to conduct this kind of research where we know that every regulation has to be fulfilled, has to be complied? Do you think any indication whether the Indonesian company are not comply with this regulation? Or do you see any other phenomenon which is make you interesting to use the PLGK as your standard for the content analysis?
Okay. The OJK standard is a standard, Prof. Not have to
Regulation.
comply. Yes.
Okay, not regulation.
Not regulation. Yes, right.
Okay, means that POJK, Peraturan Otoritas Jasa Keuangan, P, you think that P, which is peraturan, is not a regulation. It is just only standard. Means the company can fulfill or cannot fulfill, it's up for the company. It is what you mean, Pak Eka?
Yes, because in the OJK there is no penalties when a company do not fulfill the regulation.
Okay, it's very difficult and very debatable, Pak Eka, because every POJK is a regulation, even though there is no penalties. Yeah, because in Indonesia, all the POJK has no penalties, but sometimes the OJK give the letter, provide the letters, and there is a penalties. If you not comply, they will give you fine. Okay? Yeah.
Okay,
So
okay,
be
I see.
careful. Yeah, be careful with your thoughts and how can you define any regulation or standard. And again, which is this one related to the problem of compliance or not. It's very important. Yeah.
Okay, and
Okay.
maybe I can ask to Professor.
Yep. Yeah, sure,
Yes,
sure. What kind of your question? Yeah.
what the suggest for
This research
measurement
Mhm.
for this research
for CG,
the other
CG
yeah
measurement. Okay,
PUJI.
POJK.
Okay. POJK.
No, for the CG in Indonesia, you can use POJK, which is good. Yeah, but
Okay.
your view of your study should be a compliance. Your view is not a voluntary disclosure, but actually it is a compliant disclosure, even though there is no
Oh,
penalties. Yeah, just change your view to be a compliance. Whether Indonesian company complies to imply CG based on the POGK, yeah, then you can use all the companies because you are talking about the compliance. It is important,
okay.
yeah, just to explore whether compliance is matters in Indonesia or not. Yeah. Again, for me, it's better to use one of the focus question. It's useful to provide any fact or evidence to the government, yeah, to create or to impose their regulation rather than looking at a lot of variable. It's just only stop on the hypothesis accepted or not accepted, that's all. Okay?
Okay.
Yeah, that's my
Okay.
suggestion
Okay,
ya, Pak
Prof.
Eka. Yeah,
Okay,
thank
thank you, Prof.
you. Over to you, Dr. Moni.
Thank you, Prof. Juni. Yeah, I think I mean, I think I agree with Prof. Juni. So, like you told before, Pak Eka, that actually your gap, something novelty from your research is you are using OJK standard POJK 21 dan 32 as as the standard that you're going to use to define your variables here. And I think it is very important. And actually, you need to be confident in that sense that this bring your research is unique than prior research. Why? Because clearly, if you type the earning management liquidity tax retention blah 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 all the variables to earning quality, there are a bunch of research with the topic like this. But the thing is, the standard that you are using to measure this is different with prior research. So you need to be confident in that sense. But I didn't see the way you put into perspective of view, like Prof. Juni told in the beginning. Why you use this? What is the urgency? And that is why you are going to conduct the research using these standards, so that you are going to bring practical and policy implication not only for the organization but especially for the OJK. So you are going to provide them evidence, which is we actually urgently need, especially in the context of corporate governance and also sustainability governance. Because when we are talking about the OJK 21 and the OJK 32, actually, we are talking about the sustainability governance that OJK is really, really put into the table. But I don't know, for to some extent, the enforcement is not that strong enough. So you need to highlight this. So this make your research issue Pak. So you need to confident only the way you present things. You need to like kind of input into the factual data, whether the practice now like comply or in compliant with POJK 21 and 32, and this is the fact, and prior research like this, but they are not dig into the problem. So something like that is, thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you very much, judges, Dr. Moni and Prof. Juniati. Thank you so much, Pak Eka. Well done, ya, Pak Eka.
Thank you, Bu
Now,
Nur.
I would like to invite Bu Tasya Nabila from Master of Accounting. The
Thank you, Bu Nur. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon,
time
Judge.
is yours.
Okay,
Are you here, Bu Tasya?
can you hear me? Sorry.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Wait. Okay, good afternoon, the judges and Bu Nur, and all participants. And now I will present my present my pitching research. Working title is a qualitative study on the evaluation of Cortex implementation for enhancing taxpayer compliance. And for basic research question is how does the implementation of Cortex influence taxpayer compliance and what are the supporting and inhibiting factor effective its effectiveness. And this paper developed by the key paper. The first one paper by Abjadi, Wiketie, Empogole. This theoretical context is essential for developing my interview guidelines and interpreting why Cortex succeeds or fails to improve compliance. And second one, paper by Manrejo, Relly, Prawesti, Fauzi, and Amalia. It is particularly useful for analyzing the responses and strategies employed by authorities as it deals with tax management and compliance within a similar regulatory setting. And the third one is paper by Regnal Hedges, Gang, Hoffman, and Kirchhoff. We have same informants. It focuses on the interaction between tax authorities, practitioner, and taxpayers. And motivation, this research is since its official launch on January 1st, 2025. That's when the DJP officially launched Cortex, their latest, most ambitious tax administration system. The goal is clear, modernization, integration, and ultimately a significant increase in compliance through automation and transparency. However, despite this massive effort, tax compliance in some regions still remains suboptimal. This raises a crucial question: why has not Cortex fully succeeded, and what factors are truly driving its success or failure? And the idea, this research focuses on in-depth evaluation of how Cortex implementation since January 2025. Research, research focus exploring the experiences and perception of taxpayers and tax officers regarding Cortex, especially technical barriers such as access disruption, system bugs, and infrastructure readiness. Analyzing the impact of these technical issues on taxpayer compliance and trust in digital tax service, and understanding the responses and strategies employed by tax authorities in addressing early-stage implementation challenges. For the data, this type research qualitative and source data, in-depth interviews, and participant observation. And informants is tax consultant, tax staff, tax manager, tax official, and accountants, and data collection within 9 until 12 months of Cortex implementation. And validation for triangulation of source and methods, and member checking for accuracy. For tools, this technique in-depth interview and participant observation. Other steps, the first one, preparing interview and observation guidelines, collecting qualitative data via interview, transcribing and coding data for thematic analysis, triangulating data for validation, and writing interpretive findings. And what's the novelty from this research? Focus on the very recent transaction to Cortex. Unlike most prior studies that rely on quantitative methods, this research employs a qualitative case study to capture deeper experience-based insight. Provides first-hand evidence from taxpayer and tax official on the early stage effectiveness and challenges of Cortex. So the study is theoretical important as it expands understanding of how digitalization in tax administration, particularly through Cortex, influences taxpayer compliance and adoption challenges in public sector technology. Practically, it offers valuable insight for the government and the DJP in improving cortex engaging training and overcoming technical obstacles for taxpayers like SMS. It shed light on how cortex affect daily compliant practices, contributing to the development of a more user-friendly and sustainability tax system. For contribution, I hope this theoretical develop a framework for evaluating digital tax administration system in developing countries and provide insight into barriers and success factor of Cortex from both user and administrator perspective and helps policymaker design strategic measures to Cortex effectiveness, taxpayer acceptance. Thank you for presentation.
Okay, thank you so much, Bu Tasya. Now I would like to invite Dr. Moni to give constructive feedback. Thank you.
Butasha, your topic is really important, and I don't know what you it's in your topic, your research topic, because the Cortex is actually has been implemented in 2025, and actually Cortex is like web-based integrated tax administration where there is a registration, filing, payment, report, and audit in the system, which is quite complicated, but it is very ambitious. And I think the aim of the cortex itself, so cortex system is really important, especially for enhancing the transparency ability of our taxation system. And I think you need to understand first because you are really qualitative and you are going to have like in-depth interview to basically simply you just want to dig in how the system is implemented from the official tax official point of view and also the taxpayers. And I think this is very important, and that is the way you triangulate your findings later. But one thing for sure that I would like you to do first before conducting the in-depth interview is you need to really understand the cortex system itself. And for me, it's better. It's not only the aim, but this, how the system um, into such theme and sub-themes under the regulation, which is PMK 81 2024, right? How that is designed to be implemented effectively to not only to reach the output, but the outcome. It is very important. So you need to like kind of Indonesia word kuliti. You need to kuliti the PMK first. So you have in-depth understanding, then you go to have the interview. Why I say it like this, because I did the mistake before, but I don't want you to do the same. You need to understand so that you are really confident before conducting the interview. Because like Prof. Juni told, sometimes it's not only questionnaire, but when you go to do the interview, sometimes people just say something positive. But because you already have the knowledge of the system, you do understand the what is actually the purpose of the system for the output and outcome for Indonesian taxation system for Indonesia income, then you well equipped before you do the interview. So it's like kind of triangulation because I see that your triangulation is only from the interview from the officials and also the taxpayers. You need to also combine with document. It's more beneficial for you and it makes you more confident. So that when you are so confident, you go and you have the interview, you already have like kind of insightful um, finding for you to provide the practice and the policy implications, especially for the PMK 81 2024. Something like that. But I do support you. This topic is really important. because this is like massive transformation. Okay. Thank you, Tasha.
Thank you for feedback.
Yes, Tasha, good presentation. And I think you have to take notes from what Dr. Mani said and suggested to you. Okay, it's very constructive and you can develop this kind of idea. Can I see again your title? Firstly, the cortex system is very new. Okay, you get this point. It is new idea. Yeah, and this is new things that worth to be researched, right? Then on evaluation or cortex, when you can reach this kind of audience, you have to targeted audience is very good. But my concern is because this is international pitching, how can you bring this idea, which is local, to international way? How can you think that the international readers also agree with you and can learn something from you, which is this is very local and Indonesian context of cortex? Okay, so simply I would encourage you to look at other international tax system and you can see put something of discussion what is core tax compared to other taxation system in international, right? Well, this is a qualitative and you can do a lot of survey, you can reach a lot of audience for your participants and it's going to be wonderful research. Okay,
Thank you. Thank
yes,
you,
that's for
Prof.
me. Thank you, Tasa.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, judges. Thank you so much, Bu Tasya. Well done ya, Bu Tasya ya. Okay, now I would like to invite Bu Wahyuni and Bu Nurul Fajrin to present your pitch. The time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Nur.
You're most welcome.
Is it clear?
Yes, very clear.
Okay. Good afternoon, Prof. Juni. Good afternoon, Dr. Moni, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nurul Hidayati Fajrin, and my friend, Mbak Wahyuni here would like to present our pitching paper with the title When Do Numbers Speak the Third? Corporate Governance as a Moderator of Earnings Smoothing, Auditor Reputation, and Accrual Management in Explaining Firm Value. What is the main question? The main question is, do income smoothing, auditor reputation, and accrual earning management affect, and what extent does corporate governance moderate this? This study aims to answer the important question: under what conditions income smoothing, auditor reputation, accrual earning management impact to company value, and when do they harm it instead? The debated variable is firm value, and the independent variable are income smoothing, auditor reputation, and accrual earning management. The moderator variable is corporate governance. The hypothesis 1 until hypothesis 3 is income smoothing, auditor reputation, accrual income management affect positively firm value. And hypothesis 4 until hypothesis 6, corporate governance quality moderates the relationship between income smoothing, auditor reputation, accrual income management to firm value. The data and the methodology, the study used 25 oil and gas company that listed in IDX from 2020 until 2023. So in total, there will be 75 observations. The study used quantitative research design with partially square regression with smart PLS. The source all is secondary data from IDX, so no survey and interviews are used. And the next will be presented by Mbak Wahyuni.
Thank you, Ms. Fajrin, for explaining the research framework and methodology so clearly. Now I will continue our presentation by discussing the key findings, the novelty and contribution, and finally the practical implication of our study. Our research revealed a very interesting pattern. We found that practices often viewed as manipulative, such as earnings smoothing, auditor reputation, and accrual management do not always harm firm value. In fact, under strong governance, these practices can enhance firm value because investors interpret them as a signal of stability and credibility. However, under weak governance, uh, belum however, under weak governance, the same practices become harmful. They reduce transparency and destroy firm value. So in short, corporate governance acts as a filter of truth, determining whether financial reporting practices reveal reality of or disguised it. Next, let me highlight what makes our research different and valuable. The novelty of our study lies in using corporate governance as a moderating variable, not just as a control factor. This allows us to explain why past study on earning management and firm value often found inconsistent results. Empirically context, our research focused on Indonesian oil and gas industry, a sector rarely studied despite its high volatility. And practically, the study provide guidance for both auditors and regulators. Smoothing earning or hiring reputable auditor will only add value when governance is strong and transparent. And next, our research deliver a simple but vital message. Beautiful number don't always tell the truth. Companies must build governance before beautifying earning. Regulator must enforce standards and investors should look beyond profit. In conclusion, our research deliver one simple. When governance is strong, numbers speak the truth. But when governance is weak, number whisper deception. That's all from us. Thank you very much for your kind attention. We will be pleased to address any question and suggestion from the judge.
Thank you so much, Bu Wahyuni and Bu Fajrin. Now I would like to invite Prof. Juni to give some comments.
Thank you, Dr. Nur. Okay, Bu Wahyuni and Bu
Time is
Fadrin.
yours.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, good presentation. And your title is very interesting. Can I see again your title? Yeah,
Okay.
I have been seeing this kind of title many, many times. Yeah. And also one of my friends just have an integration for her professorship using this exactly similar title for their inaugurations. Yeah. Do numbers speak the truth? Okay, it's like a movie. Okay. What is the new things? When you said that the governance is strong, then the number can be reliable. How can you see that the CG is strong and it's not strong? How we can determine that? You have any criteria to determine that CG is strong or not strong?
We are sorry, Prof. Not yet,
Mm.
because it's still proposal and we are not listing yet. We are not listing yet.
Okay, but the criteria is very important, Bu Nurul. Yeah,
Okay.
because your conclusion and key finding is telling us that when we see the governance is strong, then okay, the number can be reliable, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, according to your idea of the title, which is good. Or you can see just when the CG can strengthen the relationship influencing of the earning smoothing, auditor, and accrual management in spending from value, then you say that everything can be reliable, that your finding can be reliable. Right. Maybe it's difficult for you to answer, but then I would challenge you when you want to continue this research, this key variable, right? You can relate it to the reliability or trust. Yeah. Again, when you look at the greenwashing, greenwashing can, or if you don't like to green, you have to do the ESG washing can. If you don't like ESG washing, you can do financial washing, whatever you like to. Yeah. But doing the washing thing. Yeah. Because the washing now is related to the reliable and trusted and can be strengthened with the governance. It is underlying of everything, all the numbers, right? The calculation of the washing, there are available. Now it's getting more and more papers talking about the washing, but because my area is at ESG, then I'm looking at the ESG washing a lot. But if your area is financial, you can do for the financial smoothing on financial what distress or whatever. Okay, but using the CG underlying. I think it's going to be more interesting rather than you use any all the variable which is has been studied for a long time. That's my suggestion. Number one. Okay. Number
Okay.
two, you can do the exploration. Exploration with the data, survey, and anything can still be a qualitative. Okay. Don't always think that qualitative is cannot be number. No, qualitative related with a lot of numbers. Yeah, but they don't have any intention to test the hypothesis. Okay. Yeah. That's all for me. I offer to Dr. Moni.
Thank you, Prof.
Thank
Jun.
you,
Thank
Prof.
you, Prof.
Juni.
Juni, Bu Wahyuni and Bu Nurul. I think, yeah, I have seen this topic a lot from prior research, but I can see that your research is unique. If you highlight and taking the suggestion from Prof. Juni, you highlight the sustainability concern by ESG for washing and yeah, greenwashing or whatever concerning sustainability because this is like really like current issue right now and especially in related with oil and gas companies. So you need to put the urgency, especially for oil and gas company concerning sustainability, and that is why your novelty, we can, if you flag those issues, then your novelty is clearly is strengthened. So if I were you, I would consider Prof. Juni talking about the greenwashing, and especially you are connected that issue with especially for oil and gas companies. And you need to define the strong and weak governance. Before Prof. Juni was asking you, I thought that your research has done but actually, no. Actually, this is only the idea, and you are going to propose the reason because you put like kind of result at the end of your slide. So I thought that this is the result. So that is why I was about to ask you what is the definition and how you identify strong governance and weak governance. But if I were you, you need to highlight the urgent issue right now, especially for oil and gas company that you are conducting the research in such companies and bring into the sustainability issues so that it makes your research is more interesting. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moni.
Thank you, Dr. Moni.
Thank you very much, judges, Dr. Moni and Prof. Juniati. Thank you so much, Bu Wahyuni and Bu Nurul. Well done ya, Ibu-Ibu. Now, I would like to invite the next presenter, Bu Ria Andriani from Master of Accounting Trisakti. The time is yours.
Good afternoon. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu
Good
Nur.
afternoon, Bu Ria. Okay, please. You can start, Bu Ria, please.
Wait a minute, Miss. Yeah. Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, assessor and a participant. Thank you for the opportunity. Marian Riani, and today I would like to briefly share my research idea titled Analysis of the Effect of Tax Control Framework Compliance Risk Management or CRM and Tax Awareness on Tax Compliance. This study seeks to answer three main research questions. One, does the tax control framework influence tax compliance? Two, does compliance risk management influence tax compliance? And three, does tax awareness influence tax compliance? The main objective is to provide empirical evidence of how these three factors affect taxpayer compliance in Indonesia, and to offer insight for improving the effectiveness of tax governance. This research is grounded in three major studies that is one Blavus et al. 20 and 30, 20 and 23, 23. The title Perceive Tax Audit Aggressiveness, Tax Control Frameworks, and Tax Planning to Kurniawan et al. 20 and 22. The title Factors Influencing Tax Compliance in Indonesia. 3. Kislina and Wijaya 20 and 22. The title of Tax Audit Implementation of Compliance Risk Management. So the main reason I choose this topic is because tax compliance in Indonesia is still a major issue. Even though we have had many tax reforms like modernization, digital reporting, and self-assessment, many taxpayers still don't comply fully. Tax compliance remains a challenge in Indonesia as taxpayer compliance levels are still relatively low. Debate continues about which factor most effectively improve compliance. Prior literature highlights the role of the tax control framework in reducing compliance errors. A good tax control framework helps companies avoid mistakes and follow the rules. The importance of compliance risk management to mitigate non-compliance and how much people understand and value paying tax strongly affects voluntary compliance. However, no comprehensive study in Indonesia has examined these three factors simultaneously. This quantitative research tests three hypotheses. Hypothesis 1, the tax control framework has a positive effect on tax compliance. Hypothesis 2, compliance risk management has a positive effect on this compliance. Hypothesis 3, tax awareness has a positive effect on tax compliance. The dependent variables is tax compliance, while the independent variables are tax control framework, compliance risk management, and tax awareness. The study will employ a quantitative approach using primary data collected through a questionnaire survey. I plan to distribute around 200 questionnaires to respondents in the Jabodetabek area. The study will be conducted in Indonesia with respondents including corporate taxpayer, individual taxpayer, who are tax professional, consultant, accountant, and entrepreneurs, and tax authority officer. The study will focus on the Indonesia tax environment during 20 and 25, which is I think is a really interesting period because the Directorate General of Tax is now strengthening its compliance monitoring system. Uh, the, dat the data analysis method in this study used the SIM-PLS approach with the help of Smart PLS software version 4.0. The questionnaire was distributed online to respondents who meet the research criteria using Google Form as the data collected tools. Google Form was chosen due to its ease of distribution and completion, as well as its efficiency in processing and summarizing data accurately, quickly, and in a structured manner. Each statement in the questionnaire was measured using a like scale. What's new? Sini examine what's new in my research. Examining three factors, TCF, CRM, and awareness simultaneous in the Indonesia context. And two respondents include key stakeholders such as tax consultants, tax authority officer, and accountants, enriching the empirical perspective. The expected benefit of this research as a fellow for academic implication is provide empirical evidence on the influence of tax control framework, compliance, risk management, and awareness on compliance. A practical implication is offer input for the Directorate General of Tax to strengthen TCF, enhance the effectiveness of CRM, and improve tax socialization to increase awareness. Policy implication is research. My support reform is risk-based tax management and taxpayer education strategies. From an academic perspective, this research contribution to the taxation literature by combining three critical dimensions: control, risk management, and behavior awareness into a single empirical framework that is provide empirical evidence on the relation between TCF, CRM, and awareness with the compliance. Fill the literature gap in Indonesia, where comprehensive quantitative research on these factors is still limited. Three delivers database recommendation for regulators like DGT.
Ria, sorry, the time's up.
Oh, yes. Of course,
Okay. Okay, thank you, Buria. Now I would like to invite Prof. Juni to give constructive feedback. The time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Nur. Okay, Buria, can I see again your title, please?
Analysis of the
Yeah.
effect of
Okay, the analysis of the influence of the tax control framework. How can you calculate or can you develop your questionnaire to see the tax control framework? Because I'm still a blur while you using the framework, but you're using questionnaire, right, Buria?
tax control framework.
Yeah.
Sorry.
How can you measure the tax control framework?
I measure like a questionnaire.
Okay, right, with the question, right. Yeah, how can you develop your questionnaire with the tax control framework? Because again, I'm a bit blurred with your framework, the word of framework, the questionnaire. Did you find something source for the tax control framework questions? Are you copied from the previous study?
Yeah, I copy from
Okay.
before study.
Or the previous study and the compliance, risk management, and tax awareness on tax compliance, everything you copy from the questions from the previous study. Am I right?
Yes, all copy.
Okay. So what is your contribution then in this research? Looking at new phenomenon, or you're looking at new problems that you would like to help to solve?
Contribution, I I will focus on the Indonesia tax environment during 20 and 25, which is I think Directoral General of Tax is no strength is compliance monitoring system.
Okay, so your focus is going to be compliance.
Yeah, compliance.
Right. When you see about whether they are compliant or not, again, I would suggest for every participant here to avoid the questionnaire. If you think that your question is a good enough, a very interesting and will contribute for the government or any other institution, it's better for you to do the explorative study, which is qualitative study, rather than doing the questionnaire. Why? My worry is the questionnaire is always showing you a good result, which is unreliable. Good result for me is unreliable. If everything is good, there is nothing that we can derive, we can learn from that. So better for you to do the explorative study, whether you can do the questionnaire looking at what the taxpayers are comply or not, what they are afraid for, what they are thinking of about this kind of risk management or anything. It's going to be more beneficial for your research. Okay, Buria?
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's my suggestion. Thank you, Buria.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, over to you, Bu Moni.
Thank you, Prof. Juni. What I'm seeing is when you are talking, because your respondent will be individual, corporate taxpayer, and all blah, 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 blah. I thought that at first when you mentioned the indicator, I mean the variable that you are going to measure, I thought that's only corporate taxpayer level, but also the individual. So I'm a bit confused because I don't think that at the individual taxpayer, they have designed the tax control framework. Because when we are talking the tax control framework, there is a governance system, risk management, and internal control tax compliance. And I think when you are talking about the tax control framework, actually it is overlapping with compliance risk management, because actually when you are talking about tax control framework, there is it is included, risk management included in the tax control framework. So please have a look the indicator for the three X variables that you are going to investigate to the tax compliant, and also see the whether the responder have designed that. But if you still want to keep uh, those indicator with the sub indicator of the variable, that's fine. Maybe you are going to inform the governance that this is like This is like part of modern tax governance and compliance management, and you found that many individual taxpayer even don't know about the important tax control framework. Is actually you are providing the application for the tax institution to educate individual or companies. But again, I think if you want to have more implication, you should. I do agree with Prof. Juni. It's better you do something only a bit but meaningful and really in depth to provide more meaningful implications, especially for the tax institution. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Moni.
Thank you so much, Dr. Moni. Thank you so much, Prof. Juni. Thank you so much, Bu Ria. Ya, thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Bu.
Well done ya, Bu Ria ya.
Yeah, thank you, Bu.
Now, I would like to invite Bapak Heri Sumarsono and Bapak Ramadhani Erawan to present your pitch. The time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Nur. Can my voice heard clearly?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon. The slide, please. Okay. Good afternoon, honorable panelists and respected audience. Thank you for giving both of us the opportunity to present our research. It is an honor to stand before you today to present the finding of our research, which explore an important and timely topic in field of taxation. As we all know, the rapid growth of digital tax economy has brought not only opportunity, but also significant challenges in taxation. In our study, we aim to address one of the most pressing questions in this area, to research project title Enforcement versus Voluntary Driver of Digital Tax Compliance. The role of government power, trust, awareness, and knowledge in Indonesia e-commerce sector. With me here, Heri Sumarsono, and my colleague Ramadhan Erawan. Let's start the session. Here we go. Next, slide 2. Okay. Now, we are talking about the basic question of this research. What is the basis for me and my college to conduct this research? The basic research question of this study focuses on understanding the relationship between the main variable being examined. This research seeks to answer to what extent do enforcement-based factors, which is government power, and voluntary factors, which are trust, awareness, and knowledge of taxpayer, influence e-commerce taxpayer compliance in Indonesia. This question serves as foundation for entire study, guiding the formulation of hypotheses, data collection, and analysis. By addressing this basic question, the research aims to provide deeper insight to contribute to both theoretical development and practical implication related to taxpayer compliance in Indonesian e-commerce sector. Key paper. How about the key paper? This research is built upon 3 key papers that provide strong theoretical and empirical foundation. The first one is Edson, 90 and 91, who introduced the theory of planned behavior, TBP, explaining that individual actions are influenced by attitude, subjective norm, and perceived behavior control. This theory serves as fundamental framework to understand taxpayer behavioral intention. The second is Kessler, Hulsey, and Wall-E, 2008, who developed the slippery flock framework SSI, emphasizing tax of compliance depend on interaction between the power and trust in tax authority. This model helps explain the dual path of compliance, enforced and voluntary, which is highly relevant to study of tax behavior. The third is Padriandi and Savitri, 20 and 21, whose empirical study analyzed factors influencing individual taxpayer compliance among e-commerce users in Indonesia. Their findings provide contextual insight into modern taxpayer behavior in digital economy. These 3 papers are used as reference
because they collectively offer a comprehensive theoretical basis and relevant empirical evidence to support the development of this research framework and hypothesis formulation. Let's dive deeper about motivation and puzzle this research. Indonesian rapid growth in e-commerce has created new challenge for taxation. Despite regulation requiring digital seller to register and report income, many remain outside of the tax system, either without taxpayer identification number (NPWP) or with low level of compliance. This compliance gap threatens state revenue and undermines tax fairness in digital economy. Prior research highlight two major approach explanation for tax compliance. One, enforcement-based mechanism, e.g. government power and sanction, and two, voluntary mechanism, e.g. trust, awareness, and knowledge. Yet, evidence in emerging market remain fragmented, especially in digital context where traditional monitoring is difficult. These issues motivated me and my colleagues to conduct this research to better understand what key driver behind taxpayer compliance in digital economy. The unresolved puzzle, which matter more for improving compliance among e-commerce taxpayer in Indonesia, government enforcement, or voluntary behavioral driver, and how do these forces interact? The objective of the study is to empirically test and compare these two drivers of tax compliance and to determine which strategy is more efficient in addressing compliance gap in digital economy. Next, slide 3. Okay, we talk about the idea. The main idea of this research is that many e-commerce players are still not paying taxes, even though e-commerce transactions continue to grow rapidly. Therefore, this study aims to empirically test and analyze how this factor, in this case, is independent variable, which are government power, trust, awareness, and knowledge, influence e-commerce tax compliance, who plays role as the dependent variables. The research is built with the following premise framework. Number one, government power exercised through tax authority, law enforcement, and provision of legal certainty has direct influence on taxpayer compliance. Therefore, the first hypothesis is formulated as below. H1, government power has positive effect on e-commerce taxpayer compliance. Number two, taxpayer level of trust. In government system, it assumed to influence compliance as trust in state institutions and can encourage compliance. Therefore, the second hypothesis is formulated as follows. H2, the level of taxpayer trust in government system has positive effect on e-commerce taxpayer compliance. Number 3, taxpayer awareness is considered to play a role in compliance, as taxpayers who understand their right and obligation are more likely to pay taxes voluntarily. Therefore, the third hypothesis is formulated as follows. H3, taxpayer awareness has positive effect on e-commerce taxpayer compliance. The fourth, about knowledge of tax regulation, is assumed to increase taxpayer awareness and help them to avoid fines, thereby encouraging compliance. Therefore, hypothesis is formulated as follows. H4, knowledge of tax regulation has positive effect on e-commerce taxpayer compliance. Okay, next slide. Slide 4. Okay, let's talk about data and methodology. This research employ a quantitative approach using structured online survey distributed to 500 e-commerce sellers in Jabodetabek region. Then, what about the measurement? The measurement design is carried out by as follow. For dependent variable, taxpayer compliance is measured by reported perception use Likert scale. For independent variable, government power measure by perceived enforcement strength, legal certainty, and sanction. For trust, measured by perception of government fairness and reliability. For awareness, measured by understanding of obligation and voluntary willingness. And for knowledge, measured by familiarity with tax rule and NPWB provision. Next to the tool. Okay. Now, what about the equation for this research? The equation for the research is based on linear regression resulted table, which is y is constanta plus ix1 plus bx2 plus gx3 plus dx4 plus error. Data processing is generally performed using statistical software. The data were analyzed using structural equation model SEM-PLS to validate, construct, and test hypothesis relationship. Robustness check include multi-group comparison, e.g. NPVP versus non-NPV seller, and bootstrapping to ensure result reliability. What's new? Next slide. Okay, what's new? There are three novelty in this study. Number one, this study is empirical test of dual path model of enforcement and voluntary factor in context of Indonesia digital economy. Number two, we integrate the theory of planned behavior, TBP, and slippery slope framework, SSF, to provide a comprehensive explanation of tax compliance, bridging behavioral psychology with institutional enforcement perspective. The last one is this study provide rare large sample evidence on e-commerce taxpayer compliance in emerging market. Terus, why it is important to know? Finding will inform both academic and policy debate on digital taxation. For scholar, the study clarifies the relative importance of enforcement and voluntary drivers in e-commerce compliance. For policymaker, result
Pak
highlights
Heri, the
with
time's up.
okay,
Ya, Pak Heri ya.
okay.
Thank you, Pak Heri. Now I would like to invite Dr. Moni to give constructive feedback. The time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Nur Hastuti. Pak Heri,
Okay.
this is not only for Pak Heri, but to other participants, because this is like pitching research competition, and according to the procedure, the presentation will be around 3 to 7 minutes, something like that. So you need to make the PowerPoint like very concise, like Prof. Jimmy told before, it should be like in bullet point. And also, I just suggest um, you try to prepare yourself by putting into narration and practice the presentation before the actual one. So the narration, it should be like around, because usually for 3 minutes is 350 words. So like 7 minutes, maybe around 700, 800 words. So, and you try to start with the hook first. The hook is like, I don't know, I can feel that your issue is very important, but the way you present, it should be like eye-catching, like audience will see that this um, is really important. And I can see from your presentation, but I don't know, for some reason you didn't highlight strong enough in your presentation. So you are going to see like, because you are using the TPB theory and SSV framework, so you are going to see whether the taxpayers, they are comply because it's mandatory, it's like kind of enforcement, or it's genuinely from their ethical or normative views about the importance of paying tax, and it is driven by the SSO framework, like trust and power from the government. I can see, but I don't know the way you put into presentation, maybe because it's too long. So it takes time for audience to understand the urgency and how you are conducting, you are doing the research. So for me, please, your topic is very interesting, but the way you put into your presentation is very important. And it's not easy. It's quite challenging to put everything into 7 minutes. Like there are many things. So I think it is, but it is very important. Maybe when you are going to put the hook in the beginning, you are saying that, this issue is very important to be studied, because if we don't study, then if the situation is continues, then it will threaten our state revenue and undermining the tax fairness. But maybe, it's very abstract, but when you provide with the data to highlight the urgency, the issue, like threaten state revenue, like what? Like if they are compliant, they pay tax, actually their potential revenue, like what? And we lose the potential revenue, how many percentage? Maybe highlight to bring the audience of the urgency of the reason. And again, Pak Harry, your topic is really, for me, is really interesting. But the way you put things is a bit long, but actually it's very interesting, and you are going to provide such significant practical and policy implication for our taxation system. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, Pak Harry, with this kind of very good suggestion for you, do you have any questions for Dr. Moni? Because everything is just there. Too many things. Your idea is too many things. Yeah.
Yeah, there are many things.
Yeah. Yeah. Would you like to have a focus on your research? It is much better. Again, focus is very important.
Thank you,
Is
Prof.
everything
Juni.
good?
Yes,
Is everything good with you, Pak Harry?
yes, it is. I'm good.
Okay, then I would like to highlight it again with the
Mm-mm.
enforcement, voluntary, it's like in my face, yeah, it's just in front of me.
Okay.
What actually you want to produce with this research?
We want to know between a voluntary and enforcement, which one is more influence
Okay,
for tax compliance in
okay, good.
Indonesia?
Why
That's the
don't
point.
you only focus on that matters? Get what I mean?
Uh, yes, I know.
Yes, similar to what Dr. Moni said.
Too
You want to
much.
see, yeah,
Uh,
too much, too many things in one study,
okay.
which is
Uh,
unclear.
okay, I see. I see.
Yeah, if you want to see just only for the taxpayers, it is better to be mandatory without
Mm-mm.
any pressure, or
Mm-mm.
it should be voluntary, but then how
Mm-mm.
to raise their awareness to be a good taxpayer, right? What
Okay, right.
kind of stimulates? What kind of benefits? What kind of challenge? Then explore that things. It's going to be interesting. It's very useful with the fact rather than using this kind of quantitative study.
Mm. Okay, okay.
Yeah. If you have, I believe you have a good channels, you have a good access to reach a better respondents, then you can do
Yes.
it. Yeah. With a very massive qualitative study, asking around with the questions, challenge, benefit, how to raise awareness, what is good, what is wrong, what is strategy, yeah, to boost the awareness for the taxpayer, not only for comply, but they really aware that taxes is good for the citizen. Yeah,
Thank you,
using
Prof.
institutional theory, government theory, political theory is very useful for you. Okay, Pak
Okay.
Harry?
Thank you, Professor
Yeah,
Juni.
thank you. All the best.
Thank you so much, Prof. Juni and Dr. Moni, for valuable information and advice for our students, Bapak Heri. Thank you, Pak Heri. Well done. Now, I would like to invite the last presenter, Buliana Munte from Master of Accounting. The time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Nur.
Please, Juliana.
Good afternoon, everyone. I will present, sorry, my presentation. Gunur, can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes, it's very clear.
Okay. Okay. Thank you for being here today. I will present my research entitled The Effect of Taxpayer Awareness, Tax Knowledge, and Taxation on Individual Taxpayer Compliance after the announcement of the 12% VAT increase with tax socialization as a moderating variable. Basic research question ya, how do taxpayer awareness, tax knowledge, and taxation influence individual taxpayer compliance after the announcement of the 12% VAT increase, and does tax socialization moderate this relationship? Key papers for the project, there's Kichler, The Economic Psychology of Tax Behavior, Cambridge University Press, Pelil, and Mustafa, Factor Affecting Tax Compliance Behavior in Self-Assessment System, African Journal of Business Management, and Damayanti, Sutrisno Subekti, and Baritwan, Trust and Power as Determinants of Tax Compliance, International Journal of Business and Management. And the last, the first factor influencing individual taxpayer compliance procedure. The motivation or puzzle, the Indonesian government announcement of increase in value-added tax to 12% has raised concerns about its impact on taxpayer behavior, while economic theory suggests that higher tax burdens may reduce compliance. The behavioral aspect of taxation emphasizes awareness, knowledge, and perception of sanction. However, the role of socializations campaigns as a moderating factor has not been sufficiently tested in the Indonesia context. This research seeks to fill the gap by examining how tax awareness, knowledge, and sanction affect compliance and whether socialization effort can be strengthened compliant behavior post policy change. The idea or hypothesis, I have six. Each one, taxpayer awareness positively influence individual taxpayer compliance. H two, tax knowledge positively influence individual taxpayer compliance. H3, tax sanction positively influence individual taxpayer compliance. And H4, tax socialization moderates the relationship between taxpayer awareness and compliance. H5, tax socialization moderates the relationship between tax knowledge and compliance. And the last, tax socialization moderates the relationship between taxation and compliance. The study will use air survey data collect from individual taxpayers in Indonesia after the announcement of the VAT increase 12%. The questionnaires will measure level of awareness, knowledge, perception of sanction, exposure to socialization program, and compliance behavior. The sample will focus on urban and semi-urban area where tax compliance is critical to state revenue. The target is roughly 1,000 respondents. The tool that I use is SIM-PLS to test relationship and moderating effect. The contribution this study by providing empirical evidence on the behavioral impact of tax awareness, knowledge, and sanction after a significant tax policy change in Indonesia. It also highlights the importance of tax socialization as a moderating factor, offering policy insight into how governments can improve compliance through effective communication and education strategy. The under consideration, practical relevance finding will inform the Directorate General of Taxes on the effectiveness of socialization campaigns. Policy implementation result could shape strategy for enhancing compliance amidst tax rate increase and academic contribution. Extend that compliance literature by integrating moderating effects of socialization in a post-policy change environment. Thank you.
Thank you, Juliana. Well done. I would like to invite Prof. Juni for giving constructive
Okay. Yes,
feedback.
Juliana. Good presentation. Can I see from the beginning?
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. 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 The effect again means the influence taxpayer awareness, tax knowledge. This is a quantitative study. Yeah. What is the interesting of your study?
Because when the government inform that the VAT will increase
Increase
12%.
12%. Yeah.
Yes.
And then?
And I want to know how about uh the people or the
Reaction.
reaction, yes,
Okay.
reaction.
Yeah. The feedback, the reaction,
Yeah, the
and then
feedback
what
and
is the
reaction.
response? Okay.
Yeah.
Why don't you just look at that point?
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Rather than again, it seems to me that you are forcing yourself to do the quantitative research. Well, actually, your idea actually is very good. While the government announcing the 12% VAT, what's the reaction? What is the response? What is the feedback, right? And the
Yeah.
government needs that, the valuable feedback, the honest feedback from the taxpayer, what they thought, not only the political things and every political people said about the good of 12% VAT and anything, but they have to heard from the society, which is us, right?
Yeah.
From the people. Why don't you go to that way and then provide? Yeah, this is the real, this is the honest research because you don't have any connection with the government, right? You don't have any political will. Yeah, this is the honest thing. This is academic things that provide a very good input for the government. I think just focus on that side. It is qualitative with a survey, with a big survey. All right. And you can put some more interview, yeah, deep interview from the expert, from the tech side, what is good, what is wrong, what is the weaknesses, what is the strength with the VAT 12% increasing like this, yeah, what actually the money will be paid for, what is the agenda, what is the roadmap of the government, yeah, using this money, then it's going to be a very comprehensive and useful study. Again, all the participants, don't force yourself for the quantitative. Quantitative something that has been proved and you would like to be enhancing to provide more evidence on that. But if it is not proved yet, you cannot do any quantitative. Before I ask about the hypothesis, what is argument, blah, 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 it's going to be very weak argument when you do this kind of quantitative. Okay?
Okay, Prof.
Yeah,
Thank
that's
you.
the idea for me. Hopefully you can get the very focused research idea.
Okay, Prof.
Yes,
Thank
Bu
you.
Moni, over to you.
Thank you, Prof. Julie. I would agree with Prof. Julie. I think you do something smaller, but actually for recommendation for our government. So you provide policy recommendation, but because you know the 12% increase of VAT, like it is that effective in January 2025? Right? No, but I think is that effective in January 2025? But you need to because you are talking about socialization before it is established, I mean effective, how the government did the socialization. So is that clear for the taxpayer? So you just see on that things. I think it is very important so that you can provide recommendation for the government because communication is very important. So maybe you are going to give like the contribution to the for the government, especially for DGP. So what is the component that they need to socialize? Who are the target group? What is communicated in which platform? So you need to see that. And then maybe if you are going to do the train evaluation, maybe they have the guidance, then you are going to do the train evaluation, you do the interview or the survey, like Prof. Juni says. So I think just make it simple, just but it is meaningful, especially for policy. Thank you, Ibu Lian.
Thank you, Dr. Monique.
Thank you so much, judges. Thank you so much, Buliana. Big applause to all of us. Finally, we are at the end of the event. I would like to invite Prof. Juni to give closing remark.
Okay, yeah, before I close this session, I would like to ask Dr. Moni to summarize a very key points for everyone here. Yeah, because I think everyone has put a very good efforts, especially for the master students. We are very highly appreciate you. Yeah, and then for the PhD students as well, I know it's going to be difficult for you if you are not in the field of academician, but I think you put a very good effort for this. Yeah, yes, Dr. Moni, offer to you some key highlights for every participants here. Thank you.
Competition, but this is not only to win the competition, but to make you clearly articulate and understand and articulate your research. This is the main point of this pitching research competition. So how you make your comprehensive work really comprehensive, I can see clearly your topic, all of your topic is really interesting and it's really comprehensive, but how you make it simple. And it is the challenging part. So it's not easy, but you need to make it simple so that the audience clearly understand what is the thing that you are going to do you are going to investigate in your research, and so what, why that is important. So I think for the introduction, you need to bring the hook, like you bring the data, the fact that this is the issue, and I'm going to investigate using my topic, my research topic, and using and because I'm going to provide implication, contribution and implication, whether it's theoretical or practical or policy implication. That is very important because, like Prof. Juni said before, we are not stop at this is we accept or we don't accept the hypothesis, but what is actually that you are going to bring to provide the implication through your research. It's very important. So PowerPoint is only point, but before you do the presentation, please make the narration because I did that from June. I was the runner-up for 3 USA business. So you need to practice, practice, and practice. And for pitching template, I think only 700 words because it's like only 3 to 7 minutes. So in your narration, only 700 words or 800 words. And you try to squeeze the information. So you just hit the important one. So that is my
Okay, thank you so much, Dr. Moni. Yeah. Okay. Again, what is the big problem of everyone here? I can see that you cannot control your fear. You're afraid. You're not confident to yourself. Why don't you confident that you can say that I'm doing good? My research is good. My topic is fantastic. Can you say that to yourself? Appreciate to yourself. So pitching research is only one way to encourage people to keep continuing the research because without the research, we do not have any innovation. Can you think? Can you see? Can you please take a look and then think a bit of the time? Yeah. Completing the research is not just because I want to complete my study. It's not just because, okay, this is a force for me. I have to finish this because I want to get my degree. Completely wrong. Okay, we need all of you to keep continuing the research because we would like to contribute something with your degree, even though you are not in academician. Yeah, maybe you are practical. Of course, you can contribute something. Yeah, this is my knowledge. I studied. I want to do something. right? Don't think a lot of the academic methodology or if this is hard, this is not hard, but please streamline, focusing the topic, and then you can do it well. That's the important things. I said this many times in my class. Don't be afraid with the qualitative. Yeah, get rid away from the quantitative is easy. No, quantitative is not easy as well if you understand exactly. But quantitative is not only accepting hypothesis and rejecting hypothesis, definitely not. Yeah. So I would like to encourage again, research for the pitching is not stop from here, right? I would like to encourage you to keep going your research, even though you just want to finish your study, right? Use this pitching research as a very good, valuable feedback to improve not only your research, but improve your character as a person that you will get your degree in a moment, right? So again, thank you so much for everyone here, Bu Nur, Bu Moni, and all the participants that you put your time, your efforts to join this pitching research. We also put our time and efforts to keep continuing this session of the pitching research to provide some of the opportunity for you to improve the way of research, the way of idea, and most importantly is critical thinking. Okay, so I think we close this session. Next week, we will announce the semi-final for the 3 semi-finalists. Is it right, Bunur?
Yes, the top three, Prof.
Yeah, the top 3 for next week. And we have to, not just need to select one of the winner from Indonesia to be able to participate in the Asia. What is actually the scale of this pitching research, Bunur? Australasia, Asia and Australia, isn't it?
Yes, yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay. So it is not only in
Global,
Indonesia.
global,
The
Prof.
global,
20 country,
even global.
20
Okay.
countries.
Okay. Even global in 20 countries. Yeah. So every one of you, please step yourself and say, I'm proud of myself that I've done this work. Please, guys. Say it, I'm proud of myself that I have done this pitching research. Yes. Appreciate yourself, guys. Yeah, good. Yeah, everyone here performs very good. So again, thank you so much. Apologize for anything that we said to you which is not unfavorable, but again, thank you and appreciate it. Bye-bye, everyone. I'll see you again next week for the top 3. Yeah, Bu Moni and I and Bu Nur will be stay here to discuss and to select your performance. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much, Prof. Juni.
Terima
Thank
kasih,
you so much, Dr.
Prof.
Moni. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank
Big applause
you.
once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much once again. We are so proud with your progress. Thank you so much and have a nice weekend. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice
Thank you, Bu
weekend.
Nur.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
Bunur.
Thank you, Buria. Thank you, Bu Fajrin. Thank you, Pak
Bunur.
Budi, Bu Wayuni.
Thank you,
Thank you so
Bunur.
much, everyone. Thank you, Pak Cahyadi, Pak Yanwar, Bu Stevia. Thank you.
Thank you, Bu.